Warp drive active. You clumsy pilot. The capacitor is empty. You clumsy pilot. Docking request accepted.
Weekend of Anger Games 5. We took in 48 teams to the beginning of this tournament, and now we've whittled it down to just 8 great competitors left to duke it out for their place in the semi-finals and grand finals tomorrow. We have an amazing array of prizes that I'll be going over later. But first of all, Hoed, why don't you quickly go over some of the other matches that we're going to be able to see alongside these fights, the show matches?
Well, we're going to see some show matches between some of our teams that have either getting knocked out already or just teams we think will be fun to watch. In the show matches, we're kind of throwing common sense to the wind here. We're letting flagships come here. For those familiar with the AT, flagships get past ship ban. So if they ban the bar guest and your flagship is a bar guest, you can still bring a bar guest. You can fit Tech 2 rigs, you can fit officer tank, you can't fit ECM if it's not an ECM ship, that sort of thing. You can't fit your Chronos with large reps in the highs. And command desis are going to be allowed to fit micro jump drives. We're going to see how well that goes.
Yeah, the teams here have a lot to play for, with a total of 95,000 plex on offer, with the first team being able to walk away with 32,300 plex in total, a veritable bounty of plex to keep themselves subscribed with, or to spend on many, many ridiculous items on Tranquility. Moderator, as someone who's played in a really high-stakes final weekend sort of environment during your run in the AT, what is this like? What are you thinking about right now as a captain?
So, as a kind of captain, basically, over the last weekend, you've probably done some scrims, definitely at least 2 or 3, and maybe one earlier this morning. Just double checking that, everyone is got, their connection working, they're performing as they should. You're kind of checking any sort of like last minute things that might have come up in the meta, just to make sure that you're not really missing anything. You're just basically going through a lot of kind of what I would call like the pre-flight check. You're basically checking a lot of your bases, making sure that everything feels right. But really, by this point, most of the teams that are in this event are a lot of the same 8 teams we've seen get deep in other events. You feel pretty comfortable here. You just got to get out some of the pre-flight jitters.
Yeah, and because this is the final weekend, we've been able to get something a little special for you guys in the audience. I actually sat down with a few of the captains of these teams. So we're going to get to hear not just from our analysts, we're going to get to hear directly from the players themselves who are going to be competing tonight. So can we go roll the interview with Aggressively Mid-Tier, who will be competing in just 5 minutes? Aaron, who you're flying with?
So I go by Brainstorm Eve, normally in like tourney settings and just like TQ settings for small gang. I mostly fly like a support role. Obviously, I got really popular flying the carries. Currently flying for the Aggressively Mid-Tier team, which is, well, most people are just calling it Rote. I've kind of been flying more cruisers and up, just because I was kind of a latecomer to the team this season, and I think they had most of the support roles filled in already, so I'm kind of just flying whatever they need me to fly at this point.
So where has your team drawn their players from for this tournament?
The Aggressively Mid-Tier team, pretty much aside from myself, they're all parts of Rote Capel. I personally have been part of Hydra since 2015. And I fly for their AT team, which is actually where I met Brent. As far as TQ, though, me, Brent, and another member of the team, Alice Hecate, we play with Gorin, which is basically just like a collection of some Hydra pilots that actively play, and some other players from various groups that actually do have teams in this tournament as well. I mean, most people know what Road is. They've been a long-standing alliance in the small gang community for a pretty long time now, and I'm pretty certain at the moment they're staging out of Pochven, just, like using filaments to roam around Nullsec and whatnot.
So what edge do you think Aggressively Mid-Tier has that's allowed them to fight their way into the top 8?
They're just really eager to learn, man. Like, obviously, there always is room to improve for anybody in the game as far as like individual skill and as a team, but these guys are just really open for like feedback. I felt kind of awkward coming into the team late just because I have never really been close with any of the Rote guys aside from like Brent and Alice. But when I give them some tips, just on like piloting and just like general tournament knowledge, they are very receptive, which I think is a really important, I guess, trait to have for newer players to the tournament scene.
How much work have you guys put in to prepare for this tournament?
So we've been kind of averaging 2 to 3 practices a week. Sometimes we'll try and fit in, an extra one if people are available. And we've had some occasional just like drills. We'll run like screening drills for our smaller ship pilots and stuff like that. And we do a lot of like theory crafting together.
Finally, I guess I got to ask you the most important question. Do you think you're going to win?
I would very much like to. I can't really say for certain because I think that the spread of talent for this tournament is actually pretty healthy. There's not like one team that's overly dominant. So, of course, I'm going to say, I think we do have the potential to win. It's just going to come down to the theory crafting and execution.
Thank you very much for Brainstorm there for taking the time to put together that interview with me. Now, let's get into this match coming up. So, Aggressively Mid-Tier are going to be flying against Volta, a team with a hell of a lot of tournament pedigree, although they've been had to make a run through the losers bracket to get here. Hoed, what do you think about the fact that Volta only has 2 bans so far in this match? And can you explain a little bit about why that is?
So, for those unaware of how bans work, or super brief rundown of how bans work, you're only allowed to make so many bans, and if I'm not mistaken here, Volta banned 2 Logi, which isn't allowed. You're only allowed to ban 1 Logi because they try to get away with banning 2. They aren't going to be able to ban a 3rd ship.
Yeah, that's correct. So they've only banned the Healer and the Scimitar, leaving whatever other ban that they had drifting in the wind and completely ineffective. Meanwhile, Moderator, what do you think about these aggressively mid-tier bans, banning the Magus, Pontifex, and Draugr, taking out all of the armor command destroyers?
Yeah, so they really, really just don't want to deal with any sort of armor links in the, destroyer side, obviously. They might be much more comfortable dealing with compositions then that are, battle cruiser, battleship size, and that's going to be probably very deliberately part of their team comping going into this thing. We really don't want to face frigates or destroyers in this match. Leads me to believe they might be trying to bring, again, like a really battleship, heavy systems that might not be tracking those ships so well.
Right, well, we have both teams in the arena, so whilst we wait for them to take the grid, I'm going to ask you all for predictions. Hoed, who do you think is going to come out top here in this competition?
I honestly cannot tell you. Based purely off the competence displayed in bans, I'm going to have to go with aggressively mid-tier. However, it looks like Twitch predictions is going against me here.
What about you, Moderator?
I want my boy Brainstorm to win this, but I think the channel is predicting this probably the right way.
Yeah, I know that personally, I've got to vote for whatever team Jason Orzan is on, and we all know which team that is. Anyway, we're still waiting for the teams to take the arena here, just figuring out their warpins and their ranges. So, Hoed, what are you hoping to see, if anything, in this match? Is there anything that you have seen so far in the tournament that you're hoping gets brought again?
I've yet to see the Max meme brawling torpedo bar guest. And now that we see one team's pretty much locked out of armor-sized links on command desis, maybe we'll see some silly shield comps coming out to play. Mimitar Rush would be a probably more realistic option, but I'd like to see that too.
And Moderator, what do you think about still seeing this healer ban this late in the tournament, even after teams have shown that they have potential counters for it?
I mean, we see that one of the correct Volta bans was also, Scimitar, right, in Gila. So that's showing that they really are not wanting to deal with any sort of, like, really kitey setup. You bring the scimitar if you're bringing a shield setup and you want to go fast, as opposed to slower and having more reps. In which case, you would go not scimitar. You would instead go basilisk. So, not wanting to deal with shield kite essentially is what we're seeing out of that.
Yeah, and the band that they placed that was then counteracted by our rule set was to the Zarmaz, which is the Triglavian logistics that ramps up over time, and we've typically seen that paired with ECM setups. So it seems like Volta might not be bringing their usual, lockdown control comp here potentially. What do you think about that, Moderator? What's the advantage of bringing a control comp?
Sure. So, not wanting to deal with a lot of ECM, I know how much Volta players absolutely love dealing with ECM. Not their favorite thing to be fighting. Zarm makes a lot of sense as a ban just because it does have a lot more tank and survivability than either the Guardian or the Oneros. But I don't want to take up too much of your time as the teams are landing on grid here.
All right, and it looks like everyone has come to the table. So let's hand it over to Chair and Radikos for this first match.
And welcome everybody to the first match of Anger Games 5 today. We have Volta and aggressively mid-tier here to square off. Chair, can you give us a rundown on the comps?
Oh boy, so we have a double Barghast, T1 Osprey, Logi, Stork, Skybreaker, Vigil, and Merlin on the road side. And then we have a double Dracovac, Guardian, Blackbird, Sentinel, Heretic, and Malediction on the Volta side. This is going to be a heck of a match. It's going to be very quick.
Yeah, these Barghasts, 2 battleships beat 2 battlecruisers usually. We'll see if that's the case here.
Yeah, these Barghasts being rapid heavies, they're just going to... Volta's only hope is that they live through enough clips that they can start getting onto that Osprey, because there's no way they're going to be able to kill the Barghast at any meaningful amount of time. So they just have to be able to hope they can live through rapid heavy clips.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a Sentinel on field, so hopefully it has a couple guidance disruptors on it to disrupt those Barghasts, but we'll see here.
Yep, and I misspoke. I said Blackbird. It's actually a Rook, so it does have a little bit stronger jams, and it might be able to stop these Barghasts from being able to pick whatever they want to shoot. But I think these Barghasts are just going to shoot the Rook anyways.
So yeah, it's going to be it's going to put their clips right into them. We'll see if the Guardian and the Dracovac Repbots can save that Rook.
Yep, and as well, we're seeing a Skybreaker here, and we haven't seen a ton of those in the tournament. What do you think the Skybreaker is mostly going to be used for? Do you think it's going to be full tackle, or do you think it's going to be the gun variant where it's going to clear rep bots?
I think it's going to be clearing rep bots, but we'll see.
And the match started. Links are out as we get underway, and the Barghast have not started clipping just yet. It looks like they're trying to go for more of a position play and pick their target.
Yep, teams jockeying for positions, not really going all the way in, kind of pulling back out. Looks like the Malediction adjacent Orzon is going to go to try to screen that Stork. I'm sure they want to shut him down.
And there's a cloud of rep bots on this Rook already, and they're trying to shoot the Skybreaker of Brainstraw, and I don't know why it doesn't appear to be shooting anything yet. They really need to get rid of those rep bots. It's going to be big, and the Brook is just running for his life. He's not near any MJDU unit, so he can't really reposition really easily. So
it looks like these Bargs are holding their clip here.
Yeah, they're being very, very selective on what they can get.
Looks like there's a tackle on a Dracovac here from Rotan. Let's see if they go on to him or not. The Barghast is taking some DPS here, though, as well as a little split DPS on the Skybreaker and Lady Labia and the Barghast.
I believe almost everything on the roadside is being jammed by the single Rook. So I don't know why it's not taking damage. I don't know if it's just out of range or what they're really trying to do. But those Dracovacs are getting on top of Lady Labia, and he's not going to be able to move around very much. And there's a wobble going off in the middle, trying to keep the Skybreaker Brainstraw, I'm guessing, out of range of the cloud of rep bots.
Yeah, this control comp that Volta has brought is doing its job right now. Looks like they're clipping into the Rook here. This is big for aggressively mid tier.
I wonder if they came into the match loaded with rages and they were waiting out a reload.
That's very possible. It did take a while for them. I mean, they were jocked for position still. This Rook is steadily going down, but that clip is going to be ending soon. I don't know if this is going to be enough here. Those cloud of rep bots are just massive. Like, it's just moving around just with a cloud. Oh, he's dipping into Hull. Oh,
Yep,
Skybreaker into Hull.
Losing the Skybreaker at the same time.
Skybreaker is down, but that'd be a fantastic trade. But it looks, I don't know. Can he do it? Is Crazy? Crazy is down. Okay, this is huge for the aggressively mid-tier team. All right. With like Lady Labia and half shield, what do you think the next target should be for the Volta against aggressively mid-tier here?
Guardian. It has to be the Guardian. I don't think they can break anything else on field through Guardian reps. Lady Labia is probably not using SLASB yet. It looks like the Osprey's still being able to keep him up, but the Osprey's getting shot now by the other Drekavaco, or it's being held down by the Heretic. So I think it's just taking damage from the single Heretic. And Lady Labia
those spools
super low. Yeah,
those spools are huge, and if that Bargus doesn't live here, it's gonna be very hard for one Bargus and the rest of their support here to go against this control comp that still has everything but their Rook on field.
Yep, and they're shooting a untackled, unwebbed, rep-botted Guardian, and I don't think it's going to go very well for him at all. Depending on what they reloaded into, they're probably shooting right into its biggest resist. So, and once Lady Labia goes down in the Barghast, I think that's going to be about all she wrote, because that's pretty much all their DPS. It's such a top-heavy comp. Once the other Barghast goes down, there's not much else you can do.
And Lady Labia does go down. Now we just have a Barghast, Osprey, Stork, Vigil, and Merlin left for aggressively mid-tier, while we have two Dracovex, Guardian, Sentinel, Heretic, and a Malediction doing a fantastic job of surgically taking out this row team.
Yep, and this Guardian's just not going to die, and there's pretty much nothing else Row can do. It's just going to be kind of cleanup crew from Volta. I don't really understand what was delay. I'm guessing they had to do a reload, but it seemed like Brainstorm wasn't shooting anything, clearing any of the rep bots.
Yeah, but maybe he didn't have. I didn't see if he had the
guns fitted.
Projector. He did.
Yeah, I looked.
What was he doing? That's a good question. What was he doing?
Volta's just going to be slowly picking everything else apart, because there's not really anything Row can do from here.
And the Osprey goes down in Rima. And the next target, Rotan and a Merlin, also will be dropping here very quickly.
Yep, and this is an elimination match. So Rote will be, or aggressive mid-tier will be seeing their way out of the tournament, and Volta will be continuing on.
It just goes, to show, like, this is, I kind of, this comp is interesting because it's a they dropped no Leshek, but they have two Dracovex and changed support a little bit, and from their their Leshek's arm Rook comp, and it's a nice little variation here, and it's obviously proving very effective against a top heavy shield comp as the RHML comp like this. Looks like he's clipping the Guardian again. A little late, but there's just so many rep bots that I don't think he's going to be able to clip through it. It'd be really nice to see that Guardian go down, but Starfleet Commander is quite the pilot, so I don't think we're going to see him die today, at least in this match.
Yep, and there's not much else you can do. The Rote really showed their hand by banning all of the command SCs. It kind of forced Volta to almost bring the two Drex, because they needed armor links and they didn't really want to bring shield, so that's why we saw the two Dracovax in the first place. And they still do a ton of DPS once they get ramped up. It just takes a while to get them there.
Right. Historic Cyclo, one of the captains of this team, right? Cyclo's a co-captain, is about to drop here in the Stork.
Now, From our spectators' view, what do you think Rote did wrong?
From my view, not knowing what happening on the field, not shooting right away and applying DPS onto something was probably an issue. But like you said, if it had rages loaded, then it wouldn't be able to shoot the rook that was burning away with a massive cloud of red bots upon it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much more that they could do. It's the rook does a lot of it really does. It just stops you from being able to what you want to do, and you have to on the fly try to figure out, okay, what's the next target, where do we need to send rep bots, all this communications happening that would be regular in a match now is being interrupted constantly and augmenting and changing. It's just really hard to keep up with that sometimes.
Yep, and all is left for Rote is the lone Barghest structure, and he's about to go down pretty quickly. Good fights all around in local. What a match.
Yeah, it was interesting there when they finally started getting on the rook, and maybe they could keep going, but that Barghest and Lady Labia just couldn't hang around long enough. And with the Jerkovic spool, that's just the way it is. You got to give a handoff to Volta here for just surgically taking them out.
All right, I guess we'll throw it back to the desk.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. That was an amazing match there. We've finally seen Volta's rook get taken down, but at the cost of aggressively mid-tier's whole composition, and unfortunately, their chances of progressing in the tournament, because this is the loser's bracket. They are now eliminated, sent home with only 3,800 plex to their names. So, Hoed, I know you had a lot to say about that match, from the usage of an AB Guardian to the Drekvax. Are there any kind of ships in particular you wanted to highlight?
Honestly, I think what we saw here is kind of the gamble that you take doing big, large ships, especially Volta, yeah, sorry. Volta did bring the smaller ships here. They brought 2 Dracovax. It was aggressively mid-tier that brought the Barghests. And because they brought the Barghests, their lower tier ships, especially their tackle and stuff, I feel like had a lot less utility than Volta's also smaller ships. Volta, we saw Sentinel, Malediction, that interdictor that sent a wobble up, of all things. Was that the first time we've seen a wobble?
No, I've seen a few of them in this tournament, but they are really dangerous to use because they web you as well as the enemy ships around you.
Yeah. And I think the utility you're saying from those small ships is just significant compared to the Tech 1 alternatives we saw aggressively mid-tier field. I don't know how effective the Sentinel is against the oppression that our Barghest bonused rapid heavies, but still, that's more utility than you're getting out of a Skybreaker.
Yeah, and Moderator, what do you think about the Rook there? The Barghest not applying any damage for, the first 30 to 45 seconds of that match. Do you think that was a tactical choice, like the commentators were saying, or do you think they just weren't able to get on top of anything together?
So the teams landing on grid would have had time to reload, and that is kind of one of the benefits of being able to kind of eyeball your opponent for a little while. You will have the time to reload. Let's say you bring Rage, saying, okay, we think we have to kill something heavier. You do actually have about 40 seconds you need to get that reload to something else. I think what it was a case of the Sentinel doing tracking disruption and Rote not being sure if they would actually be able to meaningfully apply. We did see that Lady Labia did have a lot of guidance disruption from the Sentinel, which probably mitigated Brent's ability, that is his main, from being able to actually hit the Guardian. So, I mean, Rote eventually, or the Rook rather, did eventually make the right call. They were able to break the Rook before their reps dropped, but unfortunately, Brent got caught really, really early in the match, and because of that, they just weren't able to really outtrade any sort of race that they wanted to get into against the Volta side.
All right, so with that, let's get on to the next match. We're about to watch Volt B go up against Paper Numbers, two teams who have been incredibly fun to watch so far in this tournament. But to get some perspective on it from the pilots themselves, we have an interview with Rifersen of Paper Numbers. So let's roll that out and let you guys hear what's going to happen from the words of their captain. And what team are you representing?
So I'm Rifey. On paper, I'm leader of Paper Numbers, but honestly, it's more or less Yalti currently. And I'm like the co-captain of Paper Numbers team. And I'm leading the upper end, so the battleships, battlecruisers, main DPS.
What groups does your team draw from, and what do they do on Tranquility?
The three main corps in our alliance currently all came from Literary Trigger before, which was a soft alliance that is currently still part of Winterco. Like the last member of the old Tri Alliance, which was Lordi, DTS, and Eltric. But I think all the other ones got kicked, and Eltric is still in Winterco, and they're doing pretty fine right now. And we were mostly the German part, and we split off, and now live in C2.
What's your favorite ship to fly in the tournament?
My favorite ship to fly is, it's hard to say, I would say it's the Armageddon. It's one of my most favorite ships of all time. Sadly, I couldn't fly it so far because a lot of people tend to ban it for some reason. I don't know, maybe because it's really good with the long range ute. But I really like TFI as well. That's, I think, the ship I flew most in all tournaments so far.
What edge do you think Paper Numbers has that's allowed them to get into this final weekend?
We have really good fits that are really on the edge what's possible. Like, we refined every fitting to the maximum. And we did a lot of scrimming beforehand. Like, we were training for the last 80 a lot with the main core as well. And now for just the Anger Games, we had like 3 or 4 months, at least one training a week. And we really used all the trainings to improve our comms, improve our fits, so they match very well together.
So have there been any plays or moments that you're particularly proud of so far in this tournament, either from yourself or one of your teammates?
I think the call, like the last game, we predicted they bring Leshak, and we just brought a combo where we knew we can just straight up kill a Leshak with no problems, and it just worked like a charm. And I had a few pretty decent MJDs in the one match against the Gila Kiting comp. Like, usually I'm pretty happy with one good MJD, and like every MJD I did in that match was on point. But we had a few training sessions just MJDing all night.
So are there any other teams that you're particularly looking forwards to playing against?
Like, I really want revenge on Volta B for kicking us down in the losers bracket. But honestly, they look very strong. I think it's Volta's main team. With like Planet 6's Lodgy is really, really strong. Circle Freak and all those guys. Like, they were stomping me like when I started playing 6 years ago, and they were good back then. And I think they didn't get worse, they got better. So it would be really hard to get there, a win there. But I would really see forward if we could stomp them.
So, as we heard there, this is a little bit of a grudge match between Voltbeat and Paper Numbers, with Voltbeat having won the first game in this, elongated series and sending Paper Numbers down to the losers bracket relatively early on in this tournament, and forcing them to claw their way back up to the top 8 with only 1 life. So, absolutely no chance for losses in their past couple of games. Moderator, what's it like facing a team that you've faced before in a tournament? Is there any other considerations you've got to take into account when that happens?
It's kind of like another, like, oh shit, like, here we go again. You kind of go back and analyze your last match, and you say, okay, what did we do the last time around that let us beat them? You take a look at the VODs from all your pilots in that point of view, and you look for probably weaknesses specifically in like one-on-one matchups between the other opponent that you just faced, and you're trying to find like, okay, we know that in this last matchup I was able to, like, out screen this person, right? So you try to play around that. You go for like more specific strategies that you can kind of try to finesse as individual pilots 1v1, as opposed to like a kind of a comp on comp general. I want to bring this because it's like a top 8, top 6, top 4 match.
Yeah, meanwhile, Hoed, Volt B was sent down to the losers brackets themselves by Pajola in an absolute nail-biter of an ECM mirror. Do you think that's going to play against them in this match? Do you think they're likely to bring an ECM comp again, or if they're going to bring something different, perhaps?
Well, we don't see any ECM ships in the ban, so it's a possibility. I feel like they might be a little bit skeptical of trying to bring something like that again. It's possible. I mean, well, I can say more down on the match right now, so I can spoil it for everyone, but...
Oh, please don't. Well, with the ships landing on grid, I won't go any deeper into it. Let's just get the predictions. Moderator, who do you think's coming home with the victory here?
I'm going to have to lean pretty heavily in favor of the Volt A-team side with this composition.
Hoed?
I've been burned by trying to go against chat before, so I'm just going to go with chat and say Volta B's got this in the bag, 80% chance.
Personally, I've got to say paper numbers. They've been providing such good matches. I hope they get a little further in the bracket. But with that, let's hand it over to our commentators, Chair and Brackados again.
One day Jit'll get my name right. Welcome back to the arena, guys. We have a huge match here with Volt B versus Paper Numbers here. Chair, you want to give it away here what ships they have here on grid?
So Volt B is mirroring their little brothers, bringing a Drekavac, Guardian, Rook, double Vedmak, Draugr, and a Sentinel as well. And then Paper Numbers bringing double Armageddon, Oneros, Draugr, Blackbird, Mauler, Kur. So you're seeing two very heavy control comps, one with a little bit more damage, one with a lot of neuting power.
Yeah, there's a lot of control on this field. Newts, jams. It's going to be exciting match here to see what Paper Numbers can do to if they can lock out Newt out that Rook and or Guardian. This is looking really good for them because they can Newt out a lot of the things on field and stop some spools and stop DPS. But the one thing that we got to be concerned about is that Rook.
Yep. They are also both rapid heavy fit, so they're not a full rack of newts, so it does take a little bit from their control. But I think it's just going to be up to the Blackbird to get a jam off on the Rook, so the Rook can't really do anything, and the Armageddons be able to rain freely across the board. If they catch that Guardian, it's over.
I think if they catch anything, it's over for each ship that they get onto. I don't think the Guardian's gonna have to get in to give reps. They can put newts on the Guardian. The Rook is about the only thing that you have to deal with. But since they have the Blackbird, I would be guessing since no Blackbirds were on field or since no ECM was banned, that they're ready to bring those blue jams. So we'll see what happens here. How the ECM fight goes.
Yep, and links are out. Paper Numbers has not done their links yet. Oh, there they go, finally.
They're popping off.
And we're also seeing a Cure. I love the Cure. It's a good little frigate.
Absolutely. It does a lot of utility for something. Okay, so it looks like the Draugr, Volt B and the Sentinel are jocking positions, make sure they keep in range of what they need to.
So we're seeing the Sentinel again, which is really going to be causing the Armageddons a lot of issues because they don't really get a ton of bonus to their missiles. So it's going to cause their missiles to even apply less and go not as far. So the Sentinel's very, very key.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Sentinel is, especially with Mira flying it, they're going to be working for that kill with the Guardian on field. So it's going to be interesting if they actually can break it.
Yep.
Use those rapid heavy clips. They really need to save those for when they know that the target they want to take out. Right now, that Draugr is in the backfield.
And they're splitting damage right now. They're going on to the Draugr, which I think is a good play. That'll make their jams weaker and also just make their armor less strong. But they do still have a Drekavac. So they do still have some links on field. And Volt B is just kind of spreading their damage, testing targets, trying to see what the weakness is. They're just looking at the Mauler, seeing how tanky he is, which, as we know, is usually a pretty tanky ship.
That Draugr's dipping into low armor here.
Yep.
Looks like he's going to drop. You think there a jam on the Guardian? Is that what's happening right now? I think there's a jam on the Guardian because he is just eaten. He is out. Oh, this is huge. This is huge for them. They're shooting at a Mauler right now. The Volt B's shooting at a Mauler. That's a quite terrible target to be targeting right now.
They will.
On the other side, looks like if Vedmax are getting shot at.
Yep. And they're splitting damage on them as well, which is a little strange. Now, the Guardian does appear to be jammed at, or no, he's sitting out reps right now. So they're back to not being jammed, and they're able to rep up everything. But this Vedmax is just eating it.
I mean, its resist profile isn't the greatest. I mean, him putting out 2 Vedmax instead of maybe like ANIs and spreading out the bulking up somewhere else, using those points somewhere else, I think is more valuable. But they have an idea in mind here, and hopefully for them it works out. But just shooting at a Mauler and just letting that soak up all their ramped up DPS, I'm not sure this is going to work out here for them. This is quite interesting play call here.
Yep, and they're still shooting that Mauler, and I don't really understand why. It's not full newt. It's not on top of the Guardian or anything. It's just kind of holding on to a Drekavac, which can already pretty much hit everything in the field. So I don't know why they're really bothering with it. The Rook is taking damage. Their Vedmac is taking damage. They're falling apart, and they're still just shooting a Mauler.
Paper Numbers here really getting down to the grind and making sure that they're putting a lot of pressure for that Guardian to do a lot of work. And I know Ryload is one of the best Logi pilots in alternate competitive play in EVE, but you can only rep so much, and you can only do so much. He is moving around quite nicely, but I mean, not be able to rep both targets, and this is not looking good.
Nope. And a large chunk of the Armageddon's damage is also these heavy drones that are in field. And one of the Vedmax is just sitting on top of Armageddon, so he's not moving fast. He's not mitigating damage, and the Rook is also going down. So it's not just about the clip either of the rapid heavies. They just have a strong, consistent damage with strong newts too. So
and it helps out when they're jammed out, when your Guardian's jammed out too. You're not gonna be able to hold on the Vedmac and the Rook here. Control Freak is in hull. He's about to clip here the next missile, and he is down. Also about to go down. While are they still shooting at a Mauler?
The Vedmax have to be near cap empty. There's only one newt, I believe, maybe 2 newts on the Guardian, and then they're just turning off spools.
And the Vedmac goes down.
That's one of the biggest issues with Triglavian ships is if you break spools, they do very, very abysmal DPS. This is just well played from Paper Numbers. Very,
Absolutely.
very strong showing.
Very good execution. They definitely, one big thing is the ECM that does, now that the Rook is gone, the Blackbird can just do even more, interruption to this Volt B team who will be going to the losers bracket.
Yep. I think one of the biggest things that Paper Numbers did is that they when they first started off, they took a step back and they slowly just let the Sentinel, Draugr, everything come in, and then they sprung the trap, and then they got on top of it, and then they were just able to kind of pick through whatever they wanted because they didn't have to go chasing things around. And it's really just a master class in how to use a double battleship comp to your advantage.
And using that the CEO's CEO in the Mauler just soaking up that DPS like it ain't no thing. Just strutting around this arena like, yeah, shoot me all day. This is fun for me. You're not shooting at my friends at all. Let's lock down everything else on the field and keep ahead in the winner's bracket.
And you're just pretty much going to be seeing the Paper Numbers clearing up from here. And a very good fight. This is also an elimination match. So Volt B will be seeing their way out of the tournament as well. It's always heartbreaking to see that.
Oh, this is I'm sorry. Whoops.
Yeah.
Yep. Winners.
Is losers bracket. This is elimination.
Oh wow. Okay. So then there you go. I guess they're out of it. They're already in the losers bracket.
What?
My bad. Sorry, guys.
You can tell Volt B and Volta have definitely been practicing together with just how similar their comps are. And I think Volt A really brought the better comp. I don't think the Vedmax are that strong. I think they're
No.
very flimsy, and if they get shot or like any kind of newts, it's just they'd fall.
I mean, even on TQ, like a solo Vedmak isn't really greatest. Like it's got to be, with with some other small game ships. Like it just doesn't hold up if it gets primaried. Like it only has so much DPS, and then it just breaks.
And one of my good friends has definitely took her Vedmak and ran it into a Haven and died to an Ishtar. So
I've never
you know it
done
can
that.
happen.
Never.
Wasn't you?
I mean, I've done that. That's what I said. I haven't, but I have done that.
Yeah. And then Penny and the Drekavax going down, and there's good fights everywhere. That was an awesome match.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good to see them just just out execute and just really bring the better comp to kick Volt B out of the tournament.
Yep. And with that, we'll be sending it back to the desk.
Wow, what an upset there. Volt B proving that they are in fact the B team and going down to paper numbers, who will be continuing on for today. Okay.
No, honestly, quite beautiful to see paper numbers take down the team that sent them to the losers bracket in their very first match.
Yeah, Wingnut, what you wanted to talk a little bit about that Geddon comp and how it was a counter to the comp that Volta have been showing throughout almost this entire tournament. Can you go into a little bit more details about, why that was so powerful against them?
So the glorious thing about a Geddon is you get those long-range heavy nukes, and you get 2 per Geddon. It's not really very well known for DPS, but it brings enough. And then they added, as far as I'm concerned, like the bargain price Blackbird. If you know a Rook or an ECM ship is coming, the Blackbird will jam it enough to make it so that Rook wasn't worth the price. So it was a very nice mix of countering the DPS and countering their support simultaneously. And it's just like, what do you do? Like, what can you do? I'm not sure why they shot the Mauler first. I'd love to know, but that was, yeah. I love those Armageddons. Double Armageddon's the way to go, boys. Full control, but DPS.
Honestly, I think they got a little bit lucky on the rock, paper, scissors draw there, because
Yes.
having the Armageddons to shut down Vedmax is so perfect. It only takes 1 or 2 newt cycles at Vedmax empty, and if it doesn't get a lucky cycle on the cap booster, that's DPS just straight off the table. And that leaves only a Drekavac that might have a little bit of an easier time to keep its cap up, but even then, that's still, they're under so much pressure. So if the Blackbird doesn't have perfect jam control the entire time, you lose all your DPS.
Yeah, so another thing that I was really interested to watch there was the usage of rep drones on both teams. Virian, can you go into why those are so important and why you wouldn't want to have those on a full HP ship like a Guardian for almost the entire match?
Yeah, that was something that we were definitely looking at. The Guardian, a full flight of rep bots, especially if you have a decent bandwidth on your cruisers and your battle cruisers, can put out a significant amount of rep power. And you already know the Geddon most likely doesn't have a smart bomb because it's already, limited for DPS on the rev heavies, and all of those extra high slots, you want to have them as newts. So to leave those rep bots, all that extra repair power on your Guardian when you could send it out to just maybe save your Vedmak or save your Rook, seems a bit of a waste.
Yeah, well, now we're going up into the losers bracket segment of the winners bracket segment of the evening. We're about to watch Templars Calcif play Only Needs 2 comps, and the winner of this match will be progressing completely through scot-free to tomorrow, but the loser, they will have to play again tonight versus Paper Numbers, who've just come off, obviously, that dominating victory against Volt B. What can you tell us about Templars Calcif so far in this tournament, Wingnut Cross? What should we expect?
Yeesh. You're asking the wrong person, Chief. I barely remember. They've done very well, though, that's for sure.
Templars has an amazing track record for previous tournaments. They've been on so many tournaments. They've always performed well. I mean, if you watch any tournaments, you probably know Templars by name. So it's certainly a little bit exciting when you get up against an opponent like that. You don't know if they're still going to have the same performance as previous years, but it does add a little bit of pressure. And they've done good in previous matches. They've done a lot of quite heavy brawling comps, so it'll be interesting. I know some of the matches I didn't watch didn't have a lot of E-War, so it'll be interesting considering a lot of comps these days or these final matches are starting to put more weight into newts, into gems, if they can get away without bringing their own newts or gems to counter the enemy.
Yeah, and on the other side, only need two comps is also low sec representation along with Templars Calcif. So this is almost like a low sec match off here, with Demesius Kadesh and Gorski Kar being well known for their exploits in faction warfare. They've also, unfortunately, lied with their name and brought more than two compositions so far in this tournament, with the last thing we saw being a Hyperion Drekvac core that was able to win despite losing their logistics very, very early on in the match. Wingnut, can you go into why having your logistics alive and potentially losing it early on is so important in PvP and EVE?
Well, effectively, the break logistics, unless you're killing it directly, it essentially means you need X number of DPS to finally kill a target. So killing it at the start means that the opponent can do whatever they want to you. And as the match goes on, if you start losing DPS ships, like for instance, let's say for the Rote match, they killed the Guardian or killed the Rook. Alternatively, they lost a Bargus too early. It would suddenly just flip the match entirely. So the idea that Logi is kind of like it's pretty much a bar for entry for killing any other ship. And the moment you remove it, the match just you can do whatever you want. You can pick any ship you want, and it's amazing how quickly you can watch a match go from deadlocked to one team just winning from the moment a Logi dies. It's just there is no catching it after that sometimes.
Yeah, and even if you do have the DPS, leaving the Logi untouched basically means that no matter what you're doing, you're always chewing for more buffer. Because it's always
Exactly
just
that.
continuously repping, and if you don't deal with it over the course of the longer you leave it alive, the more you just have to grind through hit points. And that
there's
can
one
bite you in the
painful
ass in the long
curveball
term.
too. There's one painful curveball, one module which makes that even more annoying. Reactive armor hardener. And
Yep.
suddenly your Logi becomes a nightmare.
Especially
if
in
you're running a
armor
blast
comps.
reduction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Armor comps logistic can be critical because if you leave a match going for too long and you only have a specific damage type on the enemy team, your reactive armor hardener works as basically 60% resist hardener for that specific type. And that is dangerous. Over the long term, that means your resists are so high, it will just take more and more to kill anything.
Yeah, and this match coming up is actually the first match we've seen today that doesn't have any logistic bans, leaving the Zarmaz, which has been kind of a power pick throughout this tournament, as well as the Scimitar open. Wingnut, can you go into a little bit about what those kind of ships enable in terms of composition?
Sorry, man. Trash. Sorry. The scimitars, obviously, you're kiting Logi a cruiser, very, very good at its job. Essentially, makes a Logi that just can't be caught most of the time. So, if you want to stop a kiting comp, you just ban the scimitar out and watch them hate you forever. The Zarmad is I wouldn't even know how to explain that thing. Great with thick armor comps. It can't react particularly fast, but it has the best rep at the end. And also is incredibly tanky on its own. So you're banning out what is potentially the best armor Logi and banning out the best shield kite Logi.
Yeah, we do have the bans in for this game, as I said. So Templars Calcif have banned Scorpion, Barghest, and Armageddon. What does that kind of imply to you, Virion? What do you think that means that they're trying to bring?
Well, you saw last match what just a Geddon on its own can do. The Scorpion is just as dangerous. Like a Blackbird, it can shut down key ships, but it isn't that squishy. So you need to have a lot of DPS if you want to be able to get rid of a Scorpion quickly. And if you can't do that, it becomes like a Blackbird that you just can't get rid of. So those two control battleships can be very dangerous to face. And the Barghest, I mean, yeah, it's amazing for damage projection, so...
Meanwhile, only need two comps have banned out the Widow, Healer, and Lashak. Your thoughts on that, Wingnut?
Healer bans the solo ban, we all expect that. The Widow, but not banning the Rook or the Scorpion? They must fear a certain Widow comp. I think we saw a Widow Guardian. I can't remember the other ship anymore. We saw a comp like that
I
last
think it
week.
was a Widow Guardian and a Vindicator in one match, even.
I don't think it was a Vindicator, but there was definitely something someone brought that was like they don't want to see that one because that is a tough nut to crack.
It is
As for
definitely a
Lashak,
very specific ban because you could just substitute it with a Scorpion.
I
Could.
would. Well, I personally like to see a Scorpion substitute it. I don't see that.
It's
I
not
more see
as
the Rook
good,
as
but
a-
it does save you points.
I would more see the Rook as a substitute here. But either way, it's it looks like they're going for very targeted bans. I think personally the Geel is just an overall screw that shit ban. The
Nobody would
Lashak
like to
one
see
is the
it.
one. The Lashak one's the one that's interesting to me, and I'm not sure what they're going for because Lashak's very good,
Well,
but it doesn't tend to win matches on its own.
like the Widow ban, it could just be just because they don't want to see a very specific comp from the enemy.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I'm just not quite sure which one. So
Anyway, Varian, so you were actually the captain of the Spectre Fleet team who were able to make it all the way to last weekend. Can you go into just a little bit about what it's like to fly in one of these matches, the kind of adrenaline that gets pumping as you start to prepare for things?
I can honestly say I've been playing for over 10 years now, and that's the one thing that still gives me the shakes. There is so much effort that goes into the practice, the organization, and then finally getting ready for these matches. Even if you're not a very experienced team, it's still incredibly exciting, and you never know what's going to happen until you see what lands on grid. So no matter what, it's honestly by far the most exciting thing in EVE, I think.
All right, well, all the teams are in local and they're beginning to warp to the arena, so let's get the predictions on the go. Wingnut, who do you think's taking home the W in this match?
and I'm gonna go for Templars because I've loved the old Caldari roleplay kick-ass moments. So I'm on their side all the way. 2 comps is gonna need more than 2 comps for this.
Varian?
I'm gonna give a shout out to my buddy Damesis and go for only need 2 comps.
Yeah, I've got to go for only need 2 comps as well. Templars might be the tournament veterans with many gold and silvers under their belts, but only need 2 comps have been so fun to watch so far.
You know about the gold, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what they come up with in this match. But anyway, with all that said, let's hand it over to Hoed and Fear in the commentators box.
Welcome to the arena. I'm Fear, joined by Hoed, and we have on the blue side only need 2 comps with Hyperion, Zarm, Drakovec, Dual ANI, Draugr, and Tyrannus. And Hoed, if you will introduce the red side, please.
Tempest Calef bringing 2 Abaddons decked out in beautiful skins: Blackbird, Guardian, Kitsune, Daredevil, and Magus. We're seeing a little bit more ECM than we normally do here.
Yeah, 2 ECM ships, 1 bonus to range, the other bonus to strength. Will be nice against both the Drakovec and the Zarm. We'll see how they're going to be able to play that one out. This Hyperion, though, does a lot of damage, very tanky, but you're also up against Dual Abba, who have much better projection, and if they have the ability to control down this comp, it might go the way of Templars Kelsif. Of course, Alliance Open champions have had plenty of tournament success. Otherwise, we'll see how they do in this match. 15 seconds to go. I am excited. How are you?
I'm excited too. I don't know if this Zarmzed's going to be able to get a lot of reps out. That's a lot of cycle breaking potential we're seeing from a Kitsune and a Blackbird, and no counter ECM here for only need 2 comps.
We are underway. Kiting away is only need 2 comps at the moment. I never thought I'd see a Hyperion kiting away, but this Daredevil of Waiting 6 name going to look towards a tackle of some variety. Of course,
DPS drones dropped.
Yeah, DPS drones dropped, and they've got a lot of damage on this Daredevil already. However, it is an armored Daredevil, so it's going to have a bit of an easier time tanking that up, especially with this cloud of rep bots already on him. As they continue to move away, only need 2 comps, not committing quite yet up against this higher projection comp of Templars.
Right now we see the Zarmzed does have some jams on it. None have landed yet, though. He's still got reps on this Drakovec. Hyperion's still kiting away. Hyperion's actually further away than the Drek is from these battleships right now. And he is not a real Hyperion.
I don't think I've ever seen a real Hyperion in a tournament setting. This Tyrannus, though, off the outside, might look for an opening. But he is just
Who do you think he
poking
was
and
going to
prodding
go
as the
for?
Daredevil. Still not tackled up. He's going to try to make his way onto this Hyperion and lock him down, and finally has the scram.
Yeah, web.
So this Hyperion going to, or not the scram, the web, excuse me, he's a Daredevil. So this Hyperion now going to be caught down. We'll see if these Abbas are going to be able to
Daredevil
lay
isn't
into
going to
him.
get
As
drones,
this
though. There's a
Daredevil-
lot of drones not on him. They're just sitting there in
There's
space.
a lot of damage on him, too. This Hyperion will be able to track him decently with the grapple. I think he may have gotten a little bit too
There
close.
is no
Remember,
grapple on him.
Daredevil has not bonus to range. He's getting a little bit of reps in from these light maintenance
Yeah.
spots, but he goes down, and the Hyperion's free of the tackle now.
We still see a lot of medium armor maintenance shots just kind of sitting there. I'm guessing those might have been the Daredevils, but I don't think he has any drones. That's too
Meanwhile, on the
many for him.
backside of the fight, this ANI Dusty alongside the Draugr of Kit Kat looking for some sort of dive. This Draugr might be positioning to try to get this Blackbird out of the fight. And in fact, the Kitsune's taking some damage right now as well. Damage is on the Zarm, meanwhile, from this dual Abba comp. As I take a look at that, I do believe he is tackled by the Magus. So the Abbas are going to be able to project onto him fairly decently. But at the same time, this Guardian also in trouble, has now gotten this ANI, the Tyrannus, and the Draugr on top of him. So he will melt. We'll see if the Zarmaz holds first or if the Guardian goes down.
Right now we're seeing like a fair bit of split DPS. This Zarmzad, though, is dropping hard. I do not think he has the strongest local rep fit.
Definitely not. This Magus falling in the meantime does go down, so those links are off of the dual Abba comp. The Zarm still staying alive. The Guardian not being traded quite yet, but the Zarm
No
now
armor
moving
rep
in
bots
towards,
for blue.
Yeah, this Zarm moving in towards Hull right now finally is broken. He's not long for the world.
I think Zarmzad might actually be able to survive here and just get his speed back up, start outmaneuvering these Abaddons. Because the Abaddons are the
perhaps.
only DPS left that we see for these guys here.
Yeah, he's no longer tackled. They were able to get that tackle off of him now. Meanwhile, this Guardian is starting to melt under the power of these dual ANIs and the Drekavac. That's not a whole lot of DPS initially, but still, it is quite a bit. And in fact, I do believe the Hyperion's on top of him as well. So Curtis should end up falling. This Zarm stays alive and only need 2 comps, looking to have the advantage over this Temples Calcif team.
The Hyperion is actually shooting the Blackbird right now. It looks like they're just going to keep the direct DPS on him. That Augur Navy, 2 Augur Navies is... you're not going to be able to get those off your Guardian anytime soon.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of DPS. This Blackbird and Kitsune both falling at the moment. This Guardian down into structure. Tin still taking a little bit of damage at the moment, but remember, he's not tackled. They took that tackle off of him, and with that, he's able to rep back up pretty effectively. Blackbird of Devon now into structure. He should go down. We'll see if the Guardian falls
Zarm's
first,
dropping pretty low, too. Zarm, I think, might have hit reload on an Ansel, or just isn't have his rep running right now. This might be close to him. I don't think Guard goes down, though. Yeah, Blackbird's low.
Yeah, the Zarm, though, now to 1/3 structure.
Zarm
Gets the rep off in the time, but he still falls. Two members are
left.
traded, though, from Temples Calcif, and it's just the 2 Abaddons with no Logi versus Hyperion, Drek, Dual ANI, and Draugr. That's a lot of DPS, even for an Abaddon to tank. We'll see if they're going to be able to trade anything out from this, but I think
might be able to get the
this may have
Drek.
gone the way of only need 2 comps.
It's Tempest Calef if they can kill this Drek, but still, it's a lot of DPS left on him. Both Augur Navies, Hyperion, Tyrannus, Draugr, it's just too much for him. Abaddon's already in half armor. I don't see any local rep running. I don't think they're going to be able to pull out even a Drek kill here.
Yeah, Oriana already down into low armor. We saw an Ansel rep come in. Just a little bit for him.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
just
there we
so
go.
much DPS between this Hyperion, Drek, Draugrs. I mean, ANIs don't
Pulse
do
Laser,
a whole lot of
Augurs,
DPS.
so it's gonna hurt.
I mean,
Pulse
ANIs
Laser,
do a bit
Augurs,
of
shoot
damage
Imperial
unless-
Navy here.
Yeah.
These actually
but
might be
they're
beams.
polarized
Yeah, no,
ANIs.
they're beams. I'm an idiot. Ugh.
Okay. Pulse ANIs do a decent bit of damage, but obviously their biggest thing is just being tanky and tackled. Most of this damage coming from the Hyperion, Drek, and Draugr. As they melt the first Abba, they're going to get Killa as
Ansel
well.
started way too late here, I think. He's dropping. We haven't seen a single Ansel rep here.
I think he may have just resigned himself. GFs
Yeah,
are
good
already
fights
in
already in
local.
local.
So Templars Kalsif knocked down the Luwitzer's bracket. We'll see them later today. Only need 2 comps, though, going on to the winners' finals. And back to the desk.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Another great game there, and really close. I actually saw a lot of debate in our channel of commentators debating whether or not that was a counter matchup or something that was relatively even. Maud, what were your thoughts on that once you saw the ships on grid?
My thoughts was that it was going to be probably just down to a lot of the piloting. I felt like it was in favor of not Templars in that match, definitely. We saw that kind of off the jump that the Daredevil wanted to get on top of Tin Baron, the Hyperion rather. The Hyperion was starting to get dived by 2 Abaddons, but the Abaddons moved at the speed of Abaddons, which is very slow. The Daredevil got grapplered and webbed and then got promptly killed. Then the Tempest Magus got hero tackle on top of the Zarm, which was really, really good. But then we saw at the very kind of last second, as he's dipping down into Hull, these Aug Navies pick him off and kill him. And I think critically, a Guardian or an Oneros there would have almost certainly have died in that sort of situation, the Zarm having a bit more survivability than either of those 2 other Armor Logi.
Yeah, and Hoed, a critical play in that match was the Magus whipping in around the back lines and getting tackle on the Zarmaz, only to then get screened off by Demacius. Can you go into a little bit about how that works from a play perspective? What kind of calls end up getting made to make that happen?
I think when you're looking to get a good target here, you have to make the choice of whether or not you have to look at the enemy team. How likely are they going to be able to get defensive scrams and webs onto your ships you're sending in? How likely are they going to be able to respond to the ships you're sending in? If they're lots of, let's say heavy artillery, and you have a lot of small interceptors, you can probably afford sending those in, even if they're facing a lot of defensive scrams, simply because the DPS isn't going to be there to kill them. Here, I think we saw the Magus going around and waiting for a good opportunity to tackle, just because there was that DPS that existed to bring them down. I mean, on both sides, Abaddons and Hyperions can track with the support that they had, those smaller ships. We saw them do it. It just wasn't the best choice. You don't want to be that person to send your ship in and get it tackled and then out of position, get them away from the rep bots, get them away from the reps, just into a... Well, you do secure tackle on something you want, or you don't, because it gets defensively webbed off. It's just a risky call. I think it's safer in the end to play them back, see if you can find anything good to grab, and go in for it.
Yeah, what did you think about Templars Kalsif there kind of playing out of Logi range with 2 of their tackle ships, both the Magus and the Daredevil Moderator? Is that a good play, or...?
I think it was a risky play that could have paid off if they were able to... They went for the Abaddon initially, or not the Abaddon, sorry. They went for the Battleship initially, which I think was a kind of interesting choice to send the Daredevil after, because your Abaddons have a lot of range compared to a Hyperion, but while you can probably melt down a Hyperion pretty quickly, obviously not before it melts down your Daredevil. And the Hyperion was burning away from these guys. It's not... You just don't send anything into his blaster range, and that's 1,000 DPS off the grid, right?
Mm-hmm. And right at the end there, we saw those Abaddons go down incredibly quickly compared to what we're used to. Normally these things have like 200,000 EHP or more. What are your thoughts on that, Moderator? Is that a bit of a tricky play on Templars' part?
Yeah, they could have been going much more heavily on resist instead of armor platings there. But I mean, it's also the case that you don't have armor links, right? Your links are down. That's going to give you some resist. It's going to give you, some buffer there. And you also don't have, of course, any Logi. You don't have rep drones really supporting you. Once your support core really falls apart, 2 Abaddons just don't really have a whole lot else going on.
All right, well, with that said, let's take a look at the next match. We're about to watch a rival go up against Pajola Capital Supremacy. But we actually have an interview with one of these captains, one of the lesser-known teams in the tournament that we didn't quite expect to get this far in the winners' brackets. So let's hand it over to the captain of Arrival to take us through what he thinks, how his team's got here. And your team.
I'm Joel Henner from Arrival, and we've been doing tournament stuff since 2017, so we're a relatively new team. But we've been practicing a lot. We've actually put a lot of effort into it, so we take this like semi-seriously.
So where do your team members come from, and what do they do on Tranquility?
So the main core of the team is made up of Deliverance members. Deliverance is just a small gang PvP corp. They live in a C2 nullsec, doing typical small gang stuff, just trying to fight up into bigger gangs with nano trash. And the other half of our tournament team we kind of cannibalized from the old Weekend Warrior lineup. So our team captain Hansi, he's actually the old Weekend Warriors lineup. Our Logi pilot Howling, Bacardi, they're all from Weekend Warriors 20 as well. So we kind of merged with them. So we had a bunch of people that joined Deliverance from Weekend Warriors, and then we were like, hey, we would like to participate in this tournament. You guys have been doing this for quite some time now. Do you guys actually want to like spearhead this for us? And we provide like the rest of the manpower to do this. And but yeah, technically speaking, on TQ, everyone is in Arrival with the exception of me currently.
Are there any ships that you consider yourselves to sort of specialize in?
So for the team, it's definitely the Waage. We've had obviously some success with it so far in Anger Games, and we've been practicing this Waage comp for quite some time now. So I think we just enjoy it as a team. It's a very versatile thing. We can adjust the fit depending on bands and what we're feeling like that day.
What about the other teams in the tournament? Is there anyone else you're really looking forwards to fighting against?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it's our next matchup against Darkside. We're going to face them in I think it's the semis at this point, and they are our main practice partner. They have been for pretty much a year now for everything tournament related, and they are super awesome practice partners. I can't say it in any other ways. They are always on time. They always help us figure stuff out. They don't mind bringing comps if we ask them. They're super accommodating. After they had a really good run in 2017, they actually donated us a Raiju for like practicing with them. So these guys are super cool, super chill dudes, and I think we're going to have an amazing match against them. So we're looking forward to that one a lot.
What about the whole tournament? Do you think whichever one of you wins this is going to go on to take the whole crown?
Yeah, we're definitely looking good. I think Darkside more so than us, but maybe I'm just trying to be too humble here. I think best chances so far are the other two teams in the semis, like either Templars or 2 comps. I would say they're the clear favorites so far. Just looking at how they performed so far in the tournament, it's pretty impressive how well oiled they are. It's very nice to watch.
We saw, this is going to be a really interesting match between teams that have played each other probably hundreds of times already in their scrims. But I want to talk a little bit more about Pajola Capital Supremacy. Hoed, we saw these guys take out Volt B, push them down to losers bracket, and as a consequence, push them out of the tournament with only 20 seconds left to go in the match. Can you go over a little bit about how that happened?
Well, I would be a bad person to ask this because I wasn't there for this match. And I don't think I've seen it yet.
Okay, moderator, did you watch that?
The match between, which teams?
Pajola and Volt B?
I don't think I had the opportunity to watch that, unfortunately.
Pajola were able to win through a very last-minute sort of attack on the enemy logistics, jamming them out with just 20 seconds left in the match, killing off a Pontifex, and turning it from a 13-11 loss to a 13-19 victory before Volt B had a chance to react.
Nice.
I want to go over the bans here because we have something super interesting getting banned. I think for the first time in this tournament, we have Pajola Capital Supremacy banning the Waage.
Yeah.
Can you go into a little bit about why that might be, Howard?
Vargers aren't allowed to fit Bastion modules, to my knowledge, if the rules haven't changed. Am I right?
You are correct.
So what we're seeing from a Varger instead is, I guess, decent DPS, MJD bonus if you really want to be using that in a very constrained tournament area size, and all around kind of decent tank, usually bonus for local, but again, no Bastion. So I guess they just didn't want to see a heavy or the heaviest Mimitar battleship on grid.
Alongside that, they banned the Curse, Loki, and Zarmaz. Whereas Rival, they went full ECM with their bans, taking out the Zarmaz, Scorpion, and Blackbird and Widow. So I'm sure our audience will be rejoicing. We don't really have time to analyze that now, though, because the teams are landing on grid. So, moderator, who do you think is going to take the victory here?
I think I'm probably going to have to go with Joel on this one.
Howard?
I've gone with a Rival here. I think that they can pull another win. It's kind of weird. We're seeing two teams I think most people generally consider to be underdogs. So it's going to be interesting to say the very least.
Yeah, and it seems Twitch chat agrees with you. It's a relatively even match here. I've personally put my points on Pajola, though. So let's hand it over to the arena and see what happens.
Welcome back, everyone, to the arena. On the red side, we have a Rival sporting a Nighthawk, DNI, Osprey, Double Gila, Jackdaw, and Caracal.
And on Tempest, sorry. On Prajola Capital Supremacy, I slipped up there. We're seeing Osprey, Drake Navy, bringing in...
Nope, that's a Rival.
Wrong team. I got my colors mixed up. I'm sorry, 2 Gilas threw me off. 2 more Gilas, Stork, Vargas, Hyena, Scimitar, and Flycatcher. I'm sorted now, I apologize.
It is A-OK. Taking a look at the Nighthawk and DNI, what missile systems do we spy? Looks like HMLs, but I could be wrong there. And if it is indeed HMLs, it's a dual kite matchup. We shall see, though. Could be hams, and I could just be bad at seeing models. Either way, the match is underway, and moving in is this Hyena and this Barghest. The dual Gilas and the Nighthawk are moving in, so I think these are actually hams, and I just misread the model. We'll see how they're going to be able to do up against this Barghest and these dual Gilas. First DPS target is Sam Punisher, alongside this Hyena of Eva, getting a little bit of damage on him as well.
I don't see a lot of reps from either team here. I mean, we see a little bit more from Blue with the Scimitar, but if up against Gilas with hams, it's Nighthawk with hams, that's going to be close.
Yeah, Gila and Nighthawk with cams. I mean, this is dumb shield rush at its finest. A true brave comp, if I do say so myself.
Gila Prajola dropping in a half shield.
Yeah, a little bit of a self-plug there. Either way, Bacardi Desire also dropping into shields as well as the Osprey of Howling Wind. Taking a bit of damage at the moment from this Barghest, but does not have any tackle on him yet.
Yeah, we haven't really seen... The Hyena's a little bit closer to the enemy team here than I guess the Jackdaw would be. Though we don't see any really tackle here, do we, from a Rival?
Yeah, Howling Winds. I mean, he's got a lot of damage in on him at the moment alongside these Imperial Navy infiltrators on top of him. Doesn't have a whole lot of self-reps as he is an Osprey. Doesn't really have the cap for it.
No rep.
He's diving into these low shields. Either way, Avazan and the Hyena taking a bit of damage on the meantime, but he hasn't fallen yet, and the first blood might be this Osprey. Pajola taking him down. Either way, Eva Zen dipping into low shields. He is getting Scimitar reps, though, and he is staying alive.
This is not looking good for a Rival with their Osprey dropping into armor. No rep drops over on him, and he's dead.
Yeah,
no
but
buffer.
Either way, he was so far away from the rest of the team, though, that it doesn't really make a difference that much. Either way, the Scimitar might be caught out at the moment. He's got a Gila
Scimitar's
on
got
top
big
of him.
reps. XLSAB, if I had to guess.
Yep, that XLSB, but this Drake Navy issue and the Caracal are now on top of him. This Jackdaw about to get tackle. If the Scimitar goes down, it could swing the other way. Either way, Bacardi Desire now into low shields as Fafi Wafi now into armor. I think he's out of Ansel charges. And he should go down. Oh, there's the Ansel rep. Can he stay alive? This is very close now with the Simi going down. If he's able to go down and the Gila gets traded for him, that's a lot of DPS off the table.
If Gila goes down, I don't think they'll have enough to break the Simi.
Yeah, Bacardi Desire
No
falls
tackle.
to a wrecking shot. This Barghest doing what he needs to do,
there
but
we
the Simi
go.
falls as well. The trade goes in favor, though, I'd have to say Pajola, as they have more DPS on grid at the moment.
This is going to be interesting, I think. If the Gilas aren't really fit for kiting, but I would argue that the Drake Navy and the Nighthawk are fit for even less kiting. So if they can pull away, they still have the Barghest here, which is a significant chunk of DPS. But no reps on either side. That being said, we do see both Gilas, or two Gilas, or one Gila from each side, dropping low. Pajola's Gila is going to drop first.
Yeah, Sam Punisher now under low armor. He doesn't have any Logi, so to speak, so he goes down. Joel Henner, though, still about 44% shield remaining, so 3 DPS ships to 2 on the table thus far, but this Hyena still going to help with this Barghest and the Rapid Heavies. However, I don't see a lot of DPS going out at the moment, so I'd have to assume Skykiller's in reload as they move on to Olo.
Just exited reload.
Olosha in this Gila. He's melting very quickly.
Barghest cycles on that Jackdaw so quickly. It looks like he's going to go for the Gila next, but we see their last Gila dropping. It's just a Barghest and some support ships. This is going to be interesting, I think. I believe he'll be able to catch this Gila out of position here, be able to melt him down before he hits reload, but 2 Nighthawks, Drake Navy, and a Caracal, or 1 Nighthawk, Drake Navy, and a Caracal.
Yeah, it's still significant chunk of damage if they're going to be able to get this Barghest down. But first, Joel Henner in the Gila should end up falling. He's now in Arma as Evert Zen in this Hyena has stayed alive throughout the majority of this match. He has a bit of DPS on him at the moment, but he still hasn't gone down. Meanwhile, this Barghest of Skykiller has not been focused at all at the moment. The Nighthawk near him alongside the Drake Navy, but he's able to kite around this arena so effectively as the Barghest.
Neither are tackled, though. I guess it just comes down to the fact that they don't have tackle themselves. It's interesting. I would have assumed that they just rammed the Barghest, because you're not going to be able to run away from those Rapid Heavies, not with a Hyena on you. So just ram the Barghest, heat your DPS, try to melt him down, because I would assume that's their only hope here.
Skykiller's now got damage on him. It looks like to only be from the Drake Navy, though, as the Nighthawk of Hansi was a little bit far out, did get his MWD turned off by the Scram Kite of Skykiller, and that's the power of the Barghest kiting at the moment. The Flycatcher and Stork, though, moving in, might look to screen a little bit to keep this Barghest away from this DNI and Nighthawk.
Caracal's dropping just to drones right now, Imperial Navy Slicers. No, Imperial Navy Infiltrators, sorry.
I would love to see an Imperial Navy Slicer drone. That would be great.
A little bit too overpowered, I think.
Anyway, either way, Skykiller dipping into low shield as Manila and the Caracal finally goes into armor and now structure. So he goes down to the Barghest. This Nighthawk and DNI, though, still get some damage onto Skykiller.
If they can kill him.
Skykiller goes down. This might just go the way of a rival.
But if they can get this Barghest dead, these 2 battle cruisers, I think, will be able to hold just points-wise against the Stork and Flycatcher. He's in hole. This is going to be close. Barghest needs to heat his prop and burn the heck away from these missiles. Low hole. Half hole. Drake Navy, so close too. This is going to be really close here.
If he goes down and the Drake Navy gets traded for him, this might actually go the way of PUCS. If they're able to stay away from this Nighthawk with the rest of the ships.
No, missiles aren't landing.
Armor, Skykiller solo in structure gets an Ansel rep off as Selen goes into structure himself. This Drake Navy is going to go down. And this Barghest is staying alive just barely. He's actually repping through the damage. He's gotten away from the DNI and the Nighthawk. He's now coming back up into shields. And just like that, Skykiller stays alive. Selene, the very sliver of structure, goes
Nighthawk has to pull clutch. Barghest doesn't have a lot of run.
Going to lose. Skykiller stays alive, and Pajola Capital Supremacy should run away with the match now.
Just send the Hyena in there, get webs on this Nighthawk, keep him off the Barghest. Barghest hack and shield. That being said, Barghest does not have a lot of space left to run here. Nighthawk is back within missile range. Barghest has hit reload. do you think he can burn through this shield in time in order to pull a win out?
I do not think so at all. There's
And a
just
long
not enough damage on
Rams
a
shut him
Nighthawk.
down.
Even a Hand Nighthawk only does about 1200 DPS to the rapid heavies of this Barghest. Yeah, he's in reload, but still.
I don't think so. Is that a missile guidance disruption from the Nighthawk? I think that is. And rapid heavy is back. Yeah, this is. I want to see the Nighthawk pull the win just because that would be really cool to watch, but it's gonna be close. Nighthawks are pretty tanky. If he can heat his hardeners here, this is going to be close. I'm not going to call it yet.
Perhaps, but he still can't get on top of this Barghest. And the Barghest only has one ship to kite. Hyena MJDing. Okay, thank you. Barghest only has one ship to kite. You can just scram him down, and that scram is longer range than basically anything that a Nighthawk can put out. He's already almost into half shields. Sky Killer half shields himself as he's reloading his XLASBs. He's got a little bit of damage on top of him, but that's just drone DPS.
If he can survive a clip. If he can survive a clip, he's doing it. Nighthawk Barghest is dropping shields just a teeny bit quicker than the Nighthawk is. Just minuscule amounts. That being said, all the smaller ships have moved into better position here now, so it's a lot of stuff against this Nighthawk. Yeah, Barghest still has the benefit of being active rep here, so yeah, reps are going through. It looks like whatever he was using to rep his shield reloaded.
Yep, that XLASB reload. His damage is off of Hansi, as Hansi's into half shield. So, if the answer is, can you kill a Nighthawk?
I think Nighthawk burnt his prop out. That or he's just still held down by a scram. His Nighthawk's only moving at, 300, 500 meters a second here?
Definitely. And the Stork moving in towards him, going to try to keep him capped down.
That's going to be a good fight. 30 seconds left. No chance for the Nighthawk to get any kills on this Barghest here. He just repped all the way back up to full health.
Not at all. That Ansel reload coming in clutch for Sky Killer. Now he's got the rapid heavy damage on to Hansi. GS have been called with less than 30 seconds remaining. Now 5 seconds remaining in the map. Hansi should survive to the end of it, but still, it is Pijola Capital Supremacy going on to the upper bracket finals with a rival moving down to the lower bracket. We're going to send that back to the desk to break down that match and bring us into the break.
All right, well, I might not be wearing a wig, but Pijola Capital Supremacy certainly snatched our rivals there in that match. What an amazing game. Virian, can you just take me through some of the key moments in that match?
He's had
I have joined the club as the muted commentator for today, but I think we can sum that match up in one single word, term, XOASB, because that one just clutched the entire match.
That was amazing to watch. We were all going absolutely ballistic here in the commentators channel, watching that go down. Wingnut, can you tell me a little bit about what Faffy Waffy did, though, earlier on in the game and kind of why it was so important?
Well, for a while, I didn't think it was going to matter, but Faffy Waffy did the best he could in Scimitar. He knew he was about to die. There's nothing he can do. So he ran as fast as he could, repped as hard as he could, and pulled the drones as far away as he can get away with. At that point, he's on a timer. He is going to die. So he's giving his team as much time to win the DPS rates, because that's what this match all was. A full DPS rate, which, by the way, my favorite matches of all time. And it's just, there are so many different moments in this match that's just so clutch. Obviously, the XLASB reload was just god tier. Like, for a while, we thought they were ham gearless. No, they're not. They're rapid lights, thankfully. But it was beautiful. What do you even say? We're just too excited and pumped up by that one.
And you got to say, it was pretty decent work by the support of Pijola Capital Supremacy there to just kite around, not get too aggressive, not try and screen off that Nighthawk, and simply survive, giving out boosts and a little bit of webs where they could to keep that Nighthawk pinned down right up until the end, where it seemed like he actually burnt out his prop mod, which cost him any hope of really catching it.
He wasn't going to catch him anyway. Nighthawk's slower than a Barghest.
Yeah,
it doesn't need to catch him, though. Keep in mind, heavy missiles go very far. And the arena is only so big.
Not heavies. Wasn't he hams?
I don't No, he was getting some damage on despite being quite far away towards the end.
Maybe he was having. I could have sworn he was ham, but I have been wrong before. But yeah, that was it was great. Also, the hyena surviving to the end. If the hyena was on the other team, it would have changed so much, in my opinion, because that would have helped this Nighthawk apply more.
It
It's
really
like the
would,
hyena
and
was on the wrong team.
it's not even the application, because yeah, getting better application is a great benefit. But what's happening here with all these Gilas? If your target manages to run 70 kilometers away and dies, your drones are now 70 kilometers away, and they need to spend the next like 30 seconds to get on top of the next target, and that is critical when it comes to a DPS race like this.
For sure. And for Gills, it's not as big of a problem as other ships, but it's definitely still noticeable. It's about 30 second downtime to get drones back. If it's a heavy drone ship like an Ishtar, that's like 50 seconds. It takes so long. So, yeah, bravo parting from Faffy Waffy, bravo parting from Skykiller there. You should have died, mate, but bravo next LSP reloading the kill. That was a beautiful match. I just love it to bits.
Yeah, and even in a match like that where it's fairly straightforward, you just need to put your drones on the enemy ship. Your piloting is actually quite important. If you decide to run far away, but you end up dying still somewhat close to a buddy, it won't take them very long to put their drones on the next target. So you need to pick the perfect spot to just run as far away as possible from the rest of your team and live to win.
Yeah, and for a simple match, there are many little moving things you can see there. It's not as full control as we see from other teams, but there is a lot of little things. Being far away from your friendlies when you die, being in the right position for your drones to be effective, picking the right targets together, and also just calling together as a team. We're killing this ship next, then this ship. There is more than you'd expect in a situation like that, but it is still pretty straightforward, right? Beat the guy in front of you till he dies. I like it.
Yeah, fortunately, that's not going to be the last we see of a rival, as this was the winner's bracket. So we'll be seeing them in about an hour facing up against Volta in a losers match to see if they can make it to tomorrow and the winners finals, or sorry, losers semi-finals, and then potentially the grand finals after that. Before that, though, we're going to take a short break, give these teams, the teams that are going to be playing next, a chance to recuperate after some amazing games. And we'll be back with you at 18:55 Eve time to watch Paper Numbers play up against Templars Calcif.
What a match.
Great stuff, guys. That was amazing commentary, Fear and Howard.
Nation's premier independent CSM member returns. Steve Ronukin. Vote Steve Ronukin for CSM.
Every fight you take, every line you make, every ship you break, every hit you take, I be jamming you.
On a silver platter if this goes down. He can't do anything. This wildcard Atana jammed by a single Griffin. This is the Brave story right here, right now.
do this. I'm gonna do this one time. Okay. They're only doing 1000 DPS from the. You're winning this game, provided this stays alive. If this guy doesn't stay alive, then suddenly you lose that race. But it's not a lemon. I'm just like him.
It's an 800 DPS lemon.
It's not.
Is that the one you were shooting friendlies, or?
No, that's not the one I was shooting friendlies.
The one who was shooting friendlies is the game we won.
Should I save this? I think I should just save it.
Yeah, I think you should save it. Entitled Lemon.
I think we're gonna save it.
Lemon Theory.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the studio. We are getting ready to watch the remainder of today's matches play out now. There are no more breaks, just pure PvP combat until the end of the day. But combat is not the only way to settle your differences in EVE Online, and there's something going on right now that's near and dear to my heart, which is rooted in the art of diplomacy, and that is the CSM elections. So I'm just reminding you all to do your civic duty and make sure to vote for whoever you think would best represent yourself in the Council of Stellar Management. Commentators, have you done your civic duty and voted yet? And if so, who for?
I put Jinx the Care as my number one, as he is representing my alliance, and I voted 7 times. It was reminding me that I want a new UI and a better upgraded site to do that on. But yeah, I do love the CSM.
Dujek, who did you vote for?
That was Dujek.
Oh,
You
sorry,
already
Murray.
covered him. But I am here as well. My name is Murray. I have voted. I focused my votes a lot on LoSec, just because CCP said they were working on it. So hopefully there'll be some people that know a thing or two about faction warfare, which I personally do not. So hopefully there's some folks there who can help them out with that as they try and revamp faction warfare.
And of course, I voted for our good man and the host of the first weekend of this tournament, Ithaca Hawk, who's going in there with the hopes of bringing yet more tournament play to EVE Online, as well as a number of other areas of expertise that he holds. But that's enough about that. Let's get back into the action and talk about the match that we're about to watch, which is Paper Numbers versus Templars Calciv. And this is another one of those losers bracket matches where the loser will be sent home with only 6,650 plex to their name and a few skins alongside it. So, and the winners will be going forwards into the final match of the day, which will determine whether or not they get to progress onto that final weekend and potentially the grand finals. Murray, do you have any idea what it's like and what must be going through these captains' heads as they come into this match so soon after playing matches earlier in the day?
So it's less about having already played a single match today and more about how long you've gotten into the tournament, right? At the start of the tournament, there's a lot of teams where you might know what certain teams that you've practiced a lot are going to bring, but you're not going to have a good idea of what most of the rest of the tournament has planned. At this point, though, especially in the losers bracket, you've seen these people play 3, 4, 5 times, and you can try and get some actually very useful information, not just about what they're going to fly, but what they might try and ban, how they want to try and warp the meta. And this is the point where you start to see some teams start to do more of those mind games, where they're looking to bait teams into bringing something, because the more expectations people have, the deeper you can get in terms of those mind games, in terms of trying to counter the counter.
Yeah, Dujek, we have seen both of these teams fly already today, as was said. Have you got anything that you're looking forward to them bringing out of the bag in these matches coming up?
Well, with the bans, I am a little bit happy that we're not seeing Gila Mirror, although we almost could have had that, given that the Gila is on the duplicate ban side of things. I always find that I am drawn towards Templars' comps, and I think that there's a good chance that we'll see something mid-range duke it out against each other, either heavy missiles or projection-based triple dad comp.
Yeah, let's actually go over the bans real quick. So Paper Numbers banned Scimitar, Barghest, Curse, and Healer. and Templars Calcif banned Scorpion, Barghest, Armageddon, Balgorn, meaning that the Barghest was a ship that both two teams are scared of, clearly shaking in their boots after Skykiller's amazing display in that last match. Do you think we're going to see something of the like in coming up here? Or teams were afraid of it?
I mean, the big thing to me is that paper numbers, Templars has been bringing the same comp all tournament. They clearly think that it can beat almost anything when there's a certain set of bans on the table. And paper numbers hasn't chosen to attack that composition at all. They haven't gone for battlecruiser bans. They haven't gone for Logi bans. They haven't tried anything to really mix it up. So the odds are Templars is going to bring the same thing. And really the kind of weight or pressure, rather, is on paper numbers to show up with something that can actually challenge it.
Yeah, Dujak, do you mind going into a little bit of the triple daddy comp that we've seen Templars Calcif bring so often in this tournament that Murray just highlighted?
Yeah, we've seen them with their patent. The name I'm going to address for the new viewers who don't know why it's called this. Way back, 8 battlecruiser comps were called Octodad comps, but because you're only allowed to have 3 battlecruisers now, and the points don't allow for 8, especially, it is very difficult to bring 8 ships in the 7v7 format. They've settled on having 3 armor battlecruisers, either a Harb Navy, Harb and Brutix, or a Brutix Navy, a Brutix, and a Harbinger. And that's the core. Those are the 3 dads of the triple daddy comp. And backed up by some tackle and often an auger navy or 2 and a logistics frigate.
Yeah, so what makes those battle cruisers particularly powerful in this kind of a format with a boundary and all those sorts of things that kind of constrain your range?
They are very mid-range. Those ships aren't very slow, nor are they very quick. So if somebody comes to brawl you, you can just put your gear in reverse and go maximum speed backwards without necessarily sacrificing all your damage, because they have rails and longer range lasers to do their damage. If somebody tries to kite away from you, you can still chase them and also project your damage out far. You're not necessarily going to stop doing damage just because they put 50 kilometers between you and them. And they can swap targets, they can hit smaller stuff. It's difficult at times if you have only battleship-sized guns to actually kill frigates, especially if they're not web-scrammed for you. So they can do everything. They're not the best at anything, but they're very versatile in this meta.
All right, well, we're about to get into the game here. Both teams are in the arena, but they haven't quite walked yet, so we've got a little more time to go over predictions than normal. Murray, who do you think is going to take home the W here and why?
I'm still leaning towards Templars. I think they're a team that does very, very well when they can get a better read on what their opponents are going to try and do in a meta where their bans have a little more impact. And I think this tournament so far has been one that works very well like that. And so I think it's kind of played into their favor so far. They had one rough match, but I'm still pretty confident they can take the win.
What about you, Dujak?
I am also going to have to say that I feel like Templars have been a little bit better in some of the matches where ECM might be a factor. And with these bans, we're still looking at the Widow and the Rook and the Blackbird being open. So while Gilas have previously been pick and ban, I also think that pick or ban, I think that ECM in this case might fall into the pick or ban category, and we might see somebody bring something like that. But I'm expecting a triple that at least on one of the sides.
You might in fact be right. I'm looking at the ships on grid here, and I've got to say I'm excited to see what Paper Numbers does with it, given everything that Rifersen said in his interview, and I'm going to put my money on Paper Numbers as well. But let's hand it over to the commentator's desk and let them take us through this match.
G'day there, mates. Welcome to the match of Templars versus Paper Numbers. And we have, as said, Triple Daddy is here to play, and I'm here with Moderator. Can you show us what they've got, Maud?
Yeah, so we have Templars Calcif bringing their Zarmad double Harbinger, Brutix, Augurer, Omen, Heretic, choosing for a lot of beams and a lot of mid-core support, whereas Paper Numbers, walk me through them here.
They've gone wild, baby. They've got Abaddon, Templars Fleet Issue, Oneros, Mauler, Blackbird, Drug, and Merlin, because who doesn't like a Merlin? And this is going to be a very interesting match for sure. Two thick-ass battleships joined with their Logi. And I believe that is a no-gun Mauler, so that is, yep, should be a full nuke Mauler there. And the Blackbird for the control to try and counter this really good DPS and Logicom.
Yeah, we've seen that being pretty typical of a lot of these, compositions wanting to bring, heavy nukes into the Mauler, not really work with the DPS, but just get in on top of like Logi or something, try to use that pressure to shut it off. Seeing rails out of the Brutix and beams out of these Harbingers, so be kind of interesting to see how that plays out against an Abaddon and a Tempest Fleet issue. And if something can get on top of Parkbank, but immediately we're seeing damage onto Captain Chicken in the Blackbird. He'll be burning away, getting reps from the Oneros. Now, will probably stabilize as armor bots get on top of him.
Yep, we will see damage going onto the Harb Navy first, and a little bit onto the Harb. Fortunately, going up against a Zarmap, which means they need to break things quickly or start swapping. Meanwhile, that Blackbird is holding very well. There's now switched to the Mauler, and he should be very tanky, especially with his resist profile. And he's actually right up in front at the moment. He's playing screen for his boys. As a wobble goes up in the middle of the arena.
Yeah, so the Templars Calcif side is choosing to kind of cut away with that mid-range armor comp and just let the Mauler and everything else kind of really come into and kind of get separated a bit. The Mauler is really the only ship that's really within a meaningful damage range right now. I say right as the Drugger of Jaffe is closing range and then decides to come around. Right now, the Mauler getting some...
Gets shot immediately for it.
There's been an MJD play into the backline. The Zarm of Curtis Burden is now held by Rifersen. That's going to be crucial, but so far Rifersen not taking any damage. The Zarm, it's now neuted and webbed as well. So Templars is going to have to make some moves quickly.
The Abaddon did not MJD with him. The Abaddon is actually slowly burning in because he can shoot at this range, even though it's not his best DPS. So they will kill the Zarm, and that should start pulling apart this Triple Daddy comp here. Because their strength has been range and Logi, and if that Logi goes, they can just be pulled apart with the superior tank of these battleships.
Yeah, we see that the Blackbird is now taking all of the damage as the Oneros is choosing to go into kind of the back to support the Blackbird. If they can get the Blackbird and then maybe trade out the Oneros, it might almost be worth it, but Curtis is already going down into armor, and I can't help feel like that was a bit of a misplay from Templars not recognizing the range from that micro jump drive.
They gotta go for the Oneros now. They cannot let it live for too long, and you can see damage is already going to it. They recognize that the Logi trade needs to be made here. As the Zarmag goes down, now these battleships can start ripping into these battle cruisers if they so desire.
Yeah, we see the beams and the rails just slamming into the Oneros. And I'm liking this call. You got to kill the Oneros. From here on out, probably seeing maybe the Draugr or some of the Merlin getting some of the tackle off the grid, possibly.
The Draugr has the Heretic held down and killed, because the Heretic is actually holding Tempest Fleet, I believe. Merlin just gets deleted in a single second because it's a Merlin.
Yeah, so David Penkin is already taking a absolute crap ton of damage. Getting put down into hull, and the Draugr now links trading out for that. So it's going to be 2 Aug Navies, an Omen Navy, an Omen and an Aug Navy for a pair of Harbingers against a Mauler and an Abaddon. And they're choosing to go after what appears to be the Tempest Fleet issue right now. I'm liking that call for Tempest Calcif. Interestingly of note, now that the Brutix is down, it will only be lasers on the grid, so any reactive armor hardeners are going to be that much more effective with no kinetic damage from a Brutix coming out in grid.
Going for the Mauler next, because the Mauler currently has this Augur Navy neuted right the hell out. The Org Navy is holding the Abaddon, so he's making it hard for him to shoot. But that Mauler is neuting the Org Navy out, which is removing a potentially about 400 DPS or more. So Mauler's going for the Mauler next. I'm not sure if I like that call, but if you're going to make it cool, you're going to make it cool.
Yeah, so they're doing this probably because the Aug Navy is being able to manually pilot around the Abaddon and not really take any major damage. He's doing a really good job of making the tracking on that Abaddon rather ineffectual. And the Mauler is now taking a good amount of damage. He's got Repbots on top of him, but going down into hull right as the Aug Navy is continuing to just try to double-click around this Abaddon of Maddox over here.
Yep, Mauler goes down. He was trying to go after the Harb Navy of Oriana, but unfortunately he got taken down even with the rep drones on him. So now we've got 2 heavy battleships versus a lot of Amarian DPS. The Abaddon's going to be a thick thing to break, but that Tempest fleet can project any damage it desires at range. So this is going to be very interesting to see what they go for next. I suspect they're going for Abaddon next. Okay, I thought it was going to be Tempest fleet.
Yeah, so we see that our Ariana Karowski was initially kind of the primary, trying to get whatever links he might have on him. He's now burned all the way into deep Aurora range, trying to just get away from any incoming damage. So this Obscura was being held down. We can see he's grappled and webbed at 0 kilometers a second, and it's going to go down. If I'm in this next...
Right,
yeah, that is going to be the strength for the grappling right here. If I'm paper numbers, I'm pretty comfortable with the situation that I'm in right now. The Harbingers and the Omen Navy are just burning away as far as I can, choosing to plink away with Aurora, trying not to take any damage. So it's going to be on top of Rifersen to try to close to barrage range and continue to just apply damage.
I thought Rifersen was about to MJD onto that Harb Navy, but he is not going to do that because now he'll be out of the arena. But I was watching him online. I was like, is he going to go for it? But he's not. He's just going to burn towards him and start shooting. As I believe the Harb Navy is MJDing now away. Harb Navy's trying to get out of range.
He is. So Rifersen is closing to barrage range. So Oriana Karowski has got to get away, and he will MJD away. He blinks away perfectly to the other MJD beacon as the Hilla and Wailing continue to put damage into Maddox at long range here, just with that Aurora staying out of Scorch range to the best of their ability so far. I say as Killa continues to get hit into damage here, getting maybe a little bit too close to that Abaddon of Maddox.
Pretty much a matter of time, and they're trying their best to just whittle this Abaddon down. He's got a bunch of rep drones on him, but it's only a set of mediums. See, Omen Navy now got some DPS drones on him, and I'm watching Rifersen again, and he might try the MJD on Killer here. I'm just keeping an eye on him, because we know Rifersen does love his MJDs.
Yeah, Rifersen is just sitting in kind of the center of the arena, about 35 kilometers off, so not quite within range of the MJD beacon. But if you're Tempest Calcif, you have to be thinking...
Called it. He's MJDing straight for the Harbinger of Killer right now.
Yeah, so he does have that local MJD instead, rather. And Killa critically is on his own MJD beacon away, so he's going to have to cycle away himself. And let's get a look on Killa right here. What is he doing? He is close enough, but he's pointed the wrong way. Now he's pointed the correct way. He's spooling. He is going for the MJD play. So of note here, as Killa is getting down into low armor, if Paper Numbers loses an Abaddon, they will be behind on points, even if Killa goes down here. And Killa now down into low hull as Maddox gets into hull himself.
So close. One tap from the Abaddon. There it is. Killa goes down. Horus is in low armor, and the Abaddon is now going through his hull. This is so painfully close.
Yeah, it's very, very tight here. So Tempest Fleet issue of Rifersen sitting onto one of the MJD beacons as this Omen Navy continues just to be taking damage from warriors and not a lot else, as Maddox is getting hit while having a slight of medium rep drones on top of him. So Rifersen, yeah, you gotta love it. So Rifersen is just, yeah, he's MJD beaconing on top of Oriana. He will land almost perfectly on top of him. Yeah, that's going to be very close to him.
And here's the glorious thing about Tempest Fleet as well. The damage projection at range is beautiful. He was shooting that Omen Navy as he's MJDing. You see, the Omen Navy's now in hull. He should die to both the Tempest Fleet and the Abaddon. And now the Tempest Fleet is now ready to go on the Harb Navy. So this Tempest Fleet is just projecting and moving and hitting and killing, just being an absolute nightmare for these battle cruisers to
Oh
take.
no, and the Omen Navy is continuing to run like straight into this Tempest, so yeah, that's not going to be good. The Harbinger Navy is even taking nuke pressure right now, so the Abaddon goes down, but it's a Tempest Fleet issue against an Harbinger Navy, and you never win that fight if you're in that Harbinger Navy issue. We see that good fights are in. Yeah, we see good fights in local. I mean, even if the Harbinger Navy had more projection, there's only 1:20 left in clock, and this Tempest Fleet issue will have no trouble nuding out and continuing to gun down this Harbinger that's dropping into hull. Really, really well played by Rifersen, just continuing to show off a lot of MJD poise and surprisingly, knocking Tempest Calcif out of this event.
He wins the Kangaroo Award for today because he's been bouncing around the arena like a madman, and he's just doing amazing work. This is not the first time in the tournament he's done this. He's made the highlights before. He's going to make him again as he just pretty much solos this Harb Navy. And honestly, as far as I'm concerned, solo the whole damn team.
Yeah, with that, the Harbinger Navy drops, and with it, Templars out of this event. More on that and MGD plays as we send it back to the studio.
Wow. I mean, what is there to say after a match like that? Incredible back and forth plays throughout the whole game. MJD jumps into the backline, jumping away from a battleship that's MJDing towards you in the nick of time and managing to not get bumped into the abyss. I don't even have words. Murray, take this for me. What did you see in that match?
I mean, I'm not even mad I lost some channel points. That was some very well played moves by both sides. Even like just after the initial jump in, right? You had the TFI on it, and you could watch pilots moving everywhere to react specifically to that. You had certain pilots from Templars dive back to try and peel off the Tempest Fleet issue from the Zarm. Everybody else from the DPS immediately went forwards because they knew it was unlikely the Zarm was going to get saved by them doing any damage. So they went immediately to go kill the Blackbird, go kill the Aniros. Meanwhile, on the other side, you had them paper numbers suddenly rushing forwards, looking to not just help out with the Zarm, but also try and pick up another target or two as the Zarm went down so that they had something to shoot afterwards against a kiting team.
Yeah, Dujek, I don't even have words to describe that match, but can you begin to break down the matchups there? Do you think that Templars or paper numbers were advantaged there? I know we talked a little bit in beforehand about how the Triple Daddy comp, it was going to come down to if they could counter the Triple Daddy comp or not. Did they, or did they just out-execute here?
I mean, the Triple Daddy comp isn't bringing the raw paper numbers, excuse my pun, to just demolish everything. They have excellent range control, and that's one of the things that they really have to take advantage of because that's one of their big strengths. And normally you don't factor in MJDs quite as much. I'm sure I'm not the only person spectating this from the arena who, when I see Rifersen on the field, immediately just look at his ship and wait for that spool to go up. When he's 100 kilometers away from you, he's 0 kilometers away from you. And being able to project his TFI damage and tackle in a way that people weren't expecting did really turn the tide of that match, as it did when he played with the Balgorn last weekend.
Yeah, and Murray,
context on the strength of the triple BC comp, right? They got their Logi headshot and they still almost won. Like, against a lot of teams, that early kind of loss instantly puts you out of the match and you get 100-0 and it's over, right? That kind of unfortunate play. But here, because, and not just credit to the comp, right? Their pilots played it well as well, but they kept it very, very close.
Yeah, towards the end of that, in our Discord channel for the commentators, it was called both ways. There were some people who thought that when there were 4 or 5 DPS ships left for Templars, that they'd be able to continue keeping that range control and perhaps win on points or plink down the battleships at a range where the battle cruisers are at an advantage, even despite their smaller guns. And some people expected the battleships to take it, especially with the Abaddon having lasers and projecting out quite far. And it could have gone either way quite far into the end of that match, and it was very exciting for that reason.
Yeah, we saw some great target calling there from Paper Numbers with them taking out the Brutix early on, even though it's slightly more tanky than the Harbinger Navy and the Harbinger, because that takes the last bit of kinetic damage off of the field for Templars Kalsef, leaving their reactive armor hardeners free to focus completely on EM thermal, which gave them just that little bit more EHP and potentially turned the match in their favor near the end of that. Anyway, we will be seeing Paper Numbers and Rifersen get one last chance to make some highlight reel plays today, as they will be playing in the final match of the evening versus the winners of this next match, which is Volta versus Arrival. Murray, what can you tell me about Volta? You know, they managed to take their way past that first game using the same comp that they've been showing for this entire tournament. Do you think they're going to break away from it here, or do you, especially given what we just saw happen to Templars, or do you think they're confident in their read on the metagame?
So I think Volta are very similar to Templars in terms of the way they're thinking about this tournament, at least in their terms of their specific comp. The difference is it's a different comp, right? Volta has been bringing this one logistics, one jam ship with some kind of armored BC core or maybe a battleship to cement it up. But like this armor control is really what they've been playing. They'll mix up the specific ships in the comp all day long in order to make sure that they get that comp that they want. And when you're going up against that kind of team, what's particularly scary is that those guys have played so many matches on that specific style, and they're super, super well practiced with it. And so it becomes a very big challenge of, right, is there any way at all that we can get them off this comp? Because if we can, just getting them off of something they're so comfortable on can be particularly powerful.
Yeah, it looks like Arrival have tried to do that, banning out the Rook, Blackbird, and Scorpion. Do you think we're going to see a Widow or something like that? A bit more of an unorthodox ECM choice, Dujek?
I was thinking about that. We have not seen that many Scorpions in the tournament, but one of the big reasons for that is the fact that it is almost always banned. And you basically have to ban both. You have to ban out the Gila as well, or it's gonna not get taken in that kind of a matchup. So, I mean, Volta still have the frigates at their disposal and the Widow, but the Widow is kind of a different style than what they've been flying. Like, you sink so many points into it, you're kind of dealing with having a low DPS setup that is a lot more grindy in that case.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me is the fact that Arrival's Varga is still open, so we'll have to see if they bring that to the field here. That said, the shift
Falcon is also open. With the Rook and Blackbird being banned, we've not seen any Falcons so far this tournament, I think.
Wow, the game is starting up. We've got teams starting to arrive on field here, so let's get our predictions in real quick. Dujek, who do you think is taking home the W in this match?
I am putting my points on Arrival.
Murray, who are you taking?
I'm cheating a little because I'm looking at what's on grid, but I'm leading Arrival. I think they've got a reasonable plan.
You know what? I'm going to go for Volta. I think that they have the experience to make this. Arrival has done amazing getting this far, but they are a relatively new team, and I think Volta's experience is going to take it. But let's head over to the arena with Wingnut and Maud to take us through this final match, or second to last match.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have another match for you in this lower bracket between Rival and Volta. Rival has chosen to bring double Vargar Osprey, going for that T1 Logi, given all the points in Vargar's Bifrost, Flycatcher, Manticore with the Bomber, and a Raptor to round it out.
Yeah, meanwhile, we tried to ban him out from ECM, but guess what? They went, you know what, we'll just bring the Falcon instead. The ECM Cloaky Menace itself has arrived without the cloak. They've got Leshak, Guardian, Pontifex, Drauga, Malediction, and Vengeance. So a metric ton of tackle. And then they brought their ECM boy and a Leshak to do all the damage. But against double Vargas, he's going to have some trouble, even potentially with ECM support.
Interestingly of note, we see that the Falcon of Crazy Vania actually has some shield damage on top of him. So I feel like they must have just like brought that out of like the hangar as like something they had in Scrim and like they just never got repaired or
That
something.
doesn't work with
Or
shields. Shields
yeah, it
get
doesn't work.
repaired.
If they get repaired in station, I don't know what's going on with that one.
Someone suggested something which might be it. Potentially pulled an implant, maybe? But I'm not sure. I think he maybe just got smart bombed by a friendly, to be honest.
Who knows? I mean, it's an armor comp, so 6% shield, probably not that significant. What is significant, though, is the projection, though, that these Vargars are going to have with those 800 millimeter autocannons. So we haven't seen Vargars a lot in this event, but when just talk me through, like, what can they really do?
They're kind of like Tempest Fleet on steroids. Without the Bastion, they have a lot of utility highs. They have great DPS at range, and they've got the slots to really do what you want them to do. So they're going to be interesting. This Falcon is going to be working overtime to try and jam out the Osprey, the Vargas, and try not to die from this tackle wing who will love to kill him. So it's going to be chaos. Watch the support wing from both sides go batshit crazy and try and kill each other. It's going to be great to watch.
Yeah, as the match starts here, I want to see what the Rumsar's Prophet in this Manticore does. Probably shooting a lot of Javelin and hoping he's not going to get caught. But speaking of getting caught, these Vargars are already going across the field, and a Vengeance is playing a tackle on top of one of the Vargars of Handsy Babes, trying to slow him down. So Vengeance already getting screen as the Falcon is the primary initially, choosing to just burn away with the rest of his Volta Compass. Bacardi Desire takes the incoming damage so far for Arrival and continuing to just burn in hard. Possibly going after the Guardian, maybe, but no, continuing for the Falcon here.
They're going for the Falcon first. But because this Varga of Hands is being held down, he can project, but he seems to have less damage ammo at the moment. And he's going to be held away from this other Varga. This is the way to separate these double battleship comps. Pull one away from the other, and suddenly they become 50% less effective, as the Guardian is now being shot.
Yeah, so the Vargars are now held down by a Malediction, Leshak, and then the Vengeance off the jump. So this Draugr of Sticky Mikaka is already choosing to... well, he was burning for the backline, trying to maybe get on top of the Manticore, but no longer doing that. So the Guardian we see is taking newts, is getting all of the rep drones on top of him. But man, like the side of Volta's just done such a good job at separating these Vargars that Volta should just be able to pick them apart if they're smart about this.
Exactly that. Here's the problem with that comp is they let themselves get separated. They actually willingly separated from each other, and that means both these Vargas are now away from each other, and that means the Logi has to be in an awkward spot. And if that Osprey gets in the position to rep both of them, I guarantee you, one of your tackle ships, the Draugr or even the Pontifex, will go there and snap them up in seconds.
Yeah, so the Draugr just tried to go for the Manticore, and right now the Osprey is in a comfortable position to repair both of the Vargars as Bacardi Desire gets into half armor. And we're seeing split damage on top of Crazy Vania right now in this Falcon, who is very, very close to the Vargar of Bacardi Desire. And the Guardian just continuing to take some damage here from a cloud of infiltrators, but also getting plenty of rep drones on top of him as well. Just a lot of split damage, and Bacardi Desire actually just kind of stabilizing. But as I say that, the Falcon also stabilizing himself.
Interesting thing to note is that the Raptor of Joel Henner is actually currently shooting at that Guardian. Raptors can put out a surprising amount of damage. He might be almost solely pressuring this Guardian at this point, plus the drones. But he's now being tackled down by the Malediction of Jason. So he will slowly lose range from the Guardian, who I believe will be AB fitted, so he'll just slowly burn away.
Yeah, and I almost wonder right now if you almost try to swap for the Vengeance. The Guardian is well, after the Guardian goes down, rather, is he's getting rather low into armor. Bacardi continuing to take damage, but not as fast as the Guardian. Down into Hull, getting Newt on him still, just getting held down by the Raptor. And I think the Raptor getting webs is going to be the hero of the match as the Guardian drops.
Exactly that. The Raptor there proving why that's a beautiful ship to bring. Great DPS. That was his tackle application. But look at the Varga. Look at the Varga of Bakai. He's now into a hull already. Even if they got this guy, that might be too late. That is so much DPS off the field if he dies.
Yeah, so they're going to try to trade a Falcon for a Vargar as the Raptor finally gets held down into the back line. The Falcon goes down at the same time as the Vargar, and Earthblank in the Vengeance will go down. Man, it's a hard call to say if a Guardian, a Falcon, and a Vengeance is worth it for one Vargar. I mean, it's going to be Vargar basically against Leshak, but the Osprey is still there. If I'm a rival, I think I might like being in this position right now, actually.
Jack is going for the Osprey first. He's not going for the Varga. He's going for that Osprey. The Varga will definitely pressure him as he does so. Is the Varga being tackled? Yes, he is still tackled down by the Vengeance. He was basically holding him down, but he's now about to die himself, which should free this Varga up, which indeed it does. This Varga can now move freely. And I think he's going to go for that Leshak, break their DPS core, leave them with nothing, and then kill off these annoying little support boys.
Yeah, so right now, what the Vargar is doing is appearing to put damage on top of the Draugr right now.
I'm sorry, but he got free for like 10 seconds, and now the Pontifex is tackling him.
Yeah, no, I mean,
pain.
yeah, the Osprey right now is taking all the damage from this Leshak spool, right? So the Osprey is doing his level best to burn away, try to get out of any of that. If I'm the Vargar, I probably want to clear off the Draugr, clear off the Pontifex maybe, get rid of some of these links. Ramzar right now was being a champion until he got way too close to the Leshak and to the Draugr. Ramzar he didn't need to be that close. You continue to just pelt away at the Leshak with your javelin missiles, but the Malediction is on top of him right now. The Draugr is getting on top of the Flycatcher, who was getting on top of the Leshak and holding him down.
It's chaos. So the Osprey pulled away, and now the Flycatcher held the Leshak. He can get out of the Leshak, break the spool, buy more time. Draug is going down. Whoa, that just died in seconds. The Draug is dying. The Leshak is hold. This is great. This is crazy.
Yeah, that was the Manticore going down right now, so no torpedo damage to apply to that Leshak. Draugr is continuing to run away as we see a couple pairs of medium drones on top of him. So he will eventually fall. Yep. He does. The Flycatcher, now the primary for the side of Volta right now, is there are 4 minutes left in the match, very even on points. The Flycatcher just on top of the Leshak at 5 kilometers, just holding him down.
Meanwhile, the Varga is still tackled too. He's being held down now by the Ponti and the Malediction. So this Varga has been stuck since the start of the match, and yet because he's got great guns, he's applying and being very destructive to the opposing team. Meanwhile, the Osprey is still held free. I mean, there's nothing they can do to kill it really more. That's why the Shack tackles it. That Osprey will now survive the entire match as the Flycatcher goes down.
You say that just as kind of like the Osprey is possibly within a long-range ammo of the Leshak, and now taking some damage from that Leshak. Osprey's got to pull range. Howling Wind needs to burn away. You cannot be that close right now. So we're just seeing that the Vargar is now trying to kill the Pontifex, get that tackle off of him, and the Malediction is just continuing to harass this Vargar as well. And we're in a bit of a weird situation where Arrival is up now by 5 points and continuing to put damage into that Leshak.
It's honestly, it's really hard to see because both sides have an opportunity here for the win. Pontifex is starting to take some pretty bad damage, but the Leshak is actually taking some good damage too. I believe the Varga is just shooting him. And now, here's the Leshak shooting the Varga now. Leshak has decided he has to go for the Varga. He's no longer going for the Osprey, at least at the moment.
Yeah, the Leshak is just kind of really far away, not out of close range ammo. I mean, if you're the Leshak, if you want to be breaking anything in the time remaining, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you probably have to close range and just go for broke at this point. You can't be trying to kite away. He is going to an MJD beacon, but you're not going to kill a Vargar in the time remaining with, mid-range ammo. You need to be close up in face, in personal, applying your full spool to that Vargar.
I wonder if he thinks he can get the Osprey. Maybe he's got a chance here. But you see, he's getting to the MJD beacon. He's going to go for the Varga, or is he going to try and maybe snap onto the Osprey again? He's got to go for Varga, in my opinion. But I mean, they might commit to the logic kill here.
Yeah, he may have done the internal calculation that he doesn't think he can break the Varga before he dies with the Osprey on top of him. And that's an entirely reasonable proposition. We see that the Leshak is now pointing. Yeah, he's spooling towards the Osprey, which has now been held down by a malediction. So this Varga will land on top of that Osprey very close to 0 and should get a kill here as soon as he lands right now.
Yep, and that's the Malediction now has got the Osprey held down. Malediction will slowly die to the Bifrost and maybe even the Varga, but he will trade him for the Osprey kill. So that is, again, well tackled by Jason. I believe the Osprey is being held now by the Leshak. Yep, I believe he's done. He's neutered out as well.
Yeah, he's got that.
Definitely die now.
He's got the grapple and nuke. And so this Varga appears to be like completely unable to track this Pontifex whatsoever. And if this Osprey goes down, Volta will be up on points. So not a good position to be in if you're a rival right now.
The safest place for the Osprey might have been directly next to the Varga, out of all places to be. Because that Malediction is still going down. I think I see some rep drones. Yeah, that's a bunch of rep drones on that Malediction keeping him alive. The Osprey will go down. The Varga still can't really do anything anymore. He's just stuck.
Yeah, so the Varga has actually broken off of the Pontifex. Yeah. Maybe that was Newt's. I'm not entirely sure what. Yeah. So the Osprey goes down, and now Volta will be ahead on points. So with that point lead and 30 seconds left, a rival's got to get a kill somewhere.
Yeah, if he gets the Pontifex kill, he can definitely flip it back at the moment. But I think he's going for the Leshak kill. It's probably too late to go for that, but he's going for it. He's gone full all in on the Leshak. And that honestly might have cost him.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's going for the Leshak, but you need to kill the Pontifex really in the last 10 seconds because that would put you up on points, and they're going to lose this on time here.
They do, yeah.
This is painful. The Pontifex is going down into low armor, but I mean, that's now time, I mean, it was tragic. We saw that the Varga was trying to track with the Pontifex on him at 0, and he just couldn't do it. The Pontifex goes down now, but it's well after time. Well played by Volta, getting that MJD spool on top of the Osprey. With that, we'll send it back to the studio.
Wow, another amazing match there. An incredible grip by Volta to just clutch that one out there at the end. Fear, what was your read on that matchup? We saw some really interesting picks, stuff that we don't see very often in this tournament be brought to the grid. Who do you think had the edge purely on a composition basis?
You're still stuck with me and Murray for one more. So I'll take Fair's thing and say... Yeah, well, wow. I was not expecting that. Towards the end, I was totally on the edge of my seat just seeing what the completely 10-minute long tackle session of the last Varga allowed him to actually do. Like, was he going to get to kill something? And I mean, Pontifex died seconds after the time went out. That was very exciting.
Yeah, Murray, obviously we saw the tackle pilots of Volta. They're doing amazing work to survive even without any logistics on the field for their team. What kind of goes into that, and why are pilots like Jason Orzan so valuable when it comes to the tournament?
I mean, a lot of the small player game, right? Or not small player, but small ship game, right? Is being able to independently navigate the grid and do little things like the Draugr looking for the Manticore, for example, and forcing the Osprey to split reps, or the Malediction or the Vengeance looking to pick up individual ships. And Volta in particular, their small side wing this tournament has been incredibly strong. There's been, at least 3 different matches now where the grid has very quickly devolved into them holding down multiple targets across like a 70-kilometer spread. And once teams are trapped like that, it can be very, very difficult for them to get out of it. Now, there are some ships that can try and counter that, right? You can have a battleship with a grappler that can essentially clear the tackle off itself by peeling it off with newts or a grappler or what have you. But in a case of a Varger, for example, you might not be able to afford getting a grappler in those mids because you need it for tank. And so suddenly you need to either find a different place in your composition to get the kind of application needed to clear those smaller ships, or you need to try and use your own small ship pilots to pick up their vengeance, their malediction, before those ships can get to the bigger targets.
Yeah, and if you fancy your hand at some of that elite battleship piloting that we just saw from both, from not only these teams, but also Paper Numbers in the previous match, there will be a 1v1 battleship filament opening for just 1 day, starting from downtime tomorrow. So you can try your hand at ramming into your opponents, overheating your blasters, and seeing which person lands more wrecking shots than the other. Anyway, that sends Volta through to the finals. The losers quarterfinals, which will be Paper Numbers versus Volta, and that will determine which team goes home and which team goes through to Sunday. I cannot wait to see that match. But before then, we have a series of show matches to watch, where we're going to watch teams that have already been eliminated from the tournament play under a modified rule set, both to see how it goes down, see what interesting stuff happens, and also just give you guys a little something to watch whilst we let both teams recover, recuperate, and prepare their bands for the next match. Up first, we have Turbo Feed or Glory going up against Odin's Make-A-Wish. Murray, can you take us through just a little bit of the modified rule set that these teams are going to be playing under?
I know there were a couple of different rule sets. Is it today's Flagship and then tomorrow's Bushi Boys? Is that it?
Yeah.
Or is it all rolled into one? Okay, I don't have the list in front of me, but some of the things that we will see, one of which is, I just mentioned, there's a flagship involved, so each team can bring a nice, fancy battleship like you're used to seeing in the AT that didn't cost them anything because it's on Thunderdome, but hey, it'll be really, really powerful.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see quite a lot of officer mods, officer newts get brought to the field. Obviously, all of the traditional fitting rules apply, so you can't bring ECM on non-bonus ships, you can't bring nesters, you can't bring anything like that. And both teams have opted to go for the Balgorn as their flagship in this first match. Dujek, why is that? Why is the Balgorn such a potent pick when you're able to use faction mods on a ship?
Well, first of all, I want to say these are both wormhole groups, and this is the wormhole showdown, and obviously they're going to bring the Balgorn, because that's just a staple of nuding out your opponents and making their life miserable. Balgorns can take advantage of all the upgrades. In case of officer mods, they have a web range bonus, they have a nude amount bonus, they're tanky ships, they use few guns with a huge percentage damage bonus on them to do high damage if they want to. You can bling out those things, bring your 100, 200 million Balgorn on field, and just really showcase the power of that ship. And it seems like they are banning around that somewhat. Interestingly, both T2 large sea cruisers for armor, the Guardian and the Oneros, are banned. And the Lashak is also banned so that you don't have a near flagship up against your flagship just chunking into it with high damage.
Yeah, now it's worth noting that unlike most show matches, these show matches do have prizes associated with them. I believe they are getting skins for victories much as they would during the regular bracket. So it's not all just fun and games here. Both teams are going to be playing their hardest and trying to win. The thing I'm most interested in, though, is those micro jump drive field generators. I'm looking forward to seeing if any teams go for the double boosh and try and, take one of their opponents out of the arena with them in a effectively a suicide attack.
4 potential MJD ships on the grid as well. So
Wow.
that will definitely happen. We'll see who brought the scrams to counter their opponents.
Well, quickly, let's get some predictions on the board. Murray, who do you think is going to win?
Odin's Call have better hands, so I'm going to go with Odin's Call.
Yourself, Dujek?
I occasionally scrim against Turbo Feed or Glory, and I wish them to win here.
And personally, I've got to go for Odin's Make-A-Wish as well, thanks to my very, very old coalition mate in Ali Aris, who I've flown with many, many times, and I know is an exceptional pilot. And yeah, so let's hand it over to the studio with Wingnet and Dujek to show us through this match.
My intro. Welcome to the Madhouse. We have 2 Flaghorns, we have all the MJDs possible. This is going to be beautiful. Dujek, I'm sorry I jumped on you there, but mate, tell us what they've got.
We have Odin's Make-A-Wish Foundation have brought their flagship Balgorn, a Sarmans to rep it, a Vigilant to web people down, 2 Draugrs with bushes, and 2 Kitsunes to jam out people and just be annoying.
And meanwhile, on the other side, we've got an interesting swap here. We have, again, Flaghorn, Rodiva. Then we have a Devoter with the long scram to stop these fancy bushes taking half his comp with him. Meanwhile, we've got Sacrilege, Draga, Pontifex, and Griffin. So they brought ECM Frigate as well. And everyone has got the double bush boys. This is going to be, I hope it's going to be chaos. I expect chaos. But, you know, this could all fizzle out in seconds.
Yeah, and the match is underway and the links have gone up, but they are slightly far away from each other. So at least we're getting some time out of this, not bushes sitting at 0 and hoping they win the tug of war to see which way they go.
The glorious thing about this, of course, is that, yes, they are far away at the start, but that can literally change in seconds with all these bushes. See, a Sacrilege taking damage now, that's pretty normal for a Sacrilege, that's just Tuesday. But we see, at the moment, we see Draugrs going around the side. At the moment, I see Drogo, Ensign Leon trying to sneak in and maybe going for the bush.
Yeah, let's see if he spools up here. He is taking some damage. He might get scrammed as he's not going particularly fast right now, and he's turned around.
Yep, he decided that is not a good idea. We see, of course, the Draga of Kaneko also being shot at. Did I miss a bush? No, okay, we're good.
Yeah, no, he would have to push his own team out of the arena if he went for one now. And we have Shed Ams, who is kind of lurking not far away from the enemy team. They're trying to see if he can't get something done.
Yeah, Ensign Leon has been now super hard tackled. Balgorn grabbed him with the long webs. He's been caught by the Sacrilege as well. You were not moving, sir. And he's tanking pretty well with the Zarmad, but all it takes of them to split damage to shoot something else, and he is dead in a second.
Yeah, Draugrs are really one of the breakout ships from this tournament. They've been almost ubiquitous for everything but shield comps, and we've even seen a shield Draugr, so they're very popular, and we're really seeing the strength of them now that they can be taken in greater numbers than before.
Now, I believe he's been scrammed by the Devoter and by something else. I'm not entirely sure. I believe so. But either way, that Devoter is ready for the long scram in case the other Draugr tries something sneaky. But
Bunga Bungos is sneaking up around the side in his Balgorn, and he's going to get something in his sights to maybe perhaps nude out some of the tackle to deal with the enemy team.
I don't think he can nude out all the tackle off of Ensign Leon, but he can definitely try and go for something else. Maybe perhaps the Logi, which I believe... Oh, he's got his Vigilant also. Notice the Vigilant is actually at the back of the opposing team. All the way at the back. And he's currently just, nuked a frigate all on his own. Welcome to the rice field, boys.
Griffins not being known for their great durability. They have thoughts and prayers, tank, more or less.
Yeah, and that Vigilant is now burning off again. I believe... he's chasing after the Rodiva now. He is being webbed, I believe, by the Balgorn, so he cannot get too far away. And we see Draugr tackling Sacrilege? Okay.
Yeah, the Draugr and the Pontifex in the back line there for the Turbo Feeder Glory team. And this is really messing with the pilot's idea of how to evaluate threats compared to before.
There is a Command Destroyer ball. There's Draugr fighting Draugr and Pontifex. I'm just waiting for someone to spawn that to all end in tears. But the Vigilant is now about to die.
They're going for the all-popular conga line, which is normally something pilots do when they're bored, not when they're in the middle of a tournament match.
Yeah, that Vigilant is now being super hard tackled by the Balgorn. He's being nuded right out. He's been webbed. He's being shot at the moment, and he goes down. Flaghorn says, no, sirree, you are not allowed to kill any more of my boys. What is... I'm just watching. I'm constantly flicking between these command destroyers. I'm waiting for someone to do something silly.
Yeah, like, imagine the fake out. You don't even put on an MJD module. You just expect your opponents have to dedicate a scram all the time for the entire match.
This man here with the 4D chess call right there. Don't even fit it, bro.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, if you succeed, you are killing yourself. If you boundary somebody else, you have died.
Yeah, unless you are like the most sneakiest and like accurate person possible, it is a 99.9% chance of death.
Leonardo Shirda is in the Rodiva is taking a lot of damage, and he seems like at best he's going to trade for Shadams in the Draugr.
Yep, he got hard tackled down by, I believe, both a Draugr and a Flaghorn. And whoa,
there's
Flaghorn
the Boosh.
Where's the Flaghorn going? Hold on.
I didn't go out. This didn't go out. It went 115 kilometers. The 10 last kilometers were missing, and it didn't die.
And the worst thing is, he actually got him off of the Rodiva, so that could have saved the Rodiva. I think he's still gonna die. Yeah, he goes, but that was so close to a boundary by the Pontifex of MWM Mac. Here's the worst part of that Bargon has to spend the next like week burning back into the fight.
Yeah,
maybe he call it Uber. Call it Uber from a bush boy to get him back over there.
I wonder, it's not going to be too easy to get somebody else to warp into the arena, and Ensing Leon and Martin Conrad are taking massive damage, both of them taking hull damage at the moment, and yeah, with all the commotion, it's easy to see damage go through and kill 2 ships in a matter of seconds.
I think we didn't mention as well, we had 2 Casinos still on this team, and finally one of them has died. The other one is still alive at the moment, but they have probably been ruining Turbo Fleet's day the entire time. Now I see MWM Mac is also being shot, and he's actually 114 kilometers away. He hasn't even come back from that bush. He's like, you know what? I'm done. I've done my bit.
It almost seems like if you're expecting to go up against a bunch of MJD mods on the opposing team, that a battleship might want to put one on their own ship so that they can get back into the fight. Shout out to
Draugr goes down. There we go.
Yeah, and MW Mac in the Pontifex is taking a lot of damage too. So this is becoming a very small fight suddenly, although Devoter Sacrilege against Sarmazd Kitsune, I kind of like this for the DPS team.
Let me correct that for you. The Kitsune is about to die as the Draugr has taken offense with its existence. So he's about to pop.
I mean, it's somewhat problematic when your entire existence is trying to taunt people off you. That occasionally and eventually they will just actually notice that you're there and slap you to death.
Here's what I want to see, right? That Draugr is actually next to a beacon. He could have burnt to the beacon, jumped into the fight, then jumped someone off after, like with a good aim. But he's not doing that. He's currently burning around. But that would have been a crazy play. But we see, unfortunately, Unga Bungas. We'll call him that. He's being shot at the moment. He is very tanky. Again, he is a Flaghorn, but he's getting neutered by 2 different ships. And of course, is trying to nuke back and trying to rep. There is not much he can do here. He is getting rep by the Zarm, so he will tank for weeks, but he can't really do much back at the moment.
Yeah, don't you think that there's a very good chance that Odin's Make-A-Wish Foundation don't have any scrams yet left on their team, and that Koneko might just go for an impressive suicide here at some point?
I want him to. I would love it with every fiber of
Koneko
my heart. Actually, hold on. Wait.
Chasing
Look at the
around the Zarm.
Wait a second. Hold on. He's actually chasing the Zarm down. Are we going to see it? Come on,
Koneko, you can do it. I just want to see this happen. This is what we want to see.
He's chasing him. He's got the scram on him now, so he's probably going to try and set him up, get on top of him, and then hit the bush when he's ready. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I want to watch this and nothing else. Please, Koneko. We believe in this. Just boosh him out. Just kick him out of the arena. You're not allowed.
Yeah, he's got to angle his ship the right way, and the Sarm can bump him back on course to keep himself in. That's really the only way he's going to survive.
Hold on, is he going to go for it? Okay, we see a Sacrilege go down, by the way. So that Bailgon is still kicking butt solo, which is not something I expected to see at all. is he going to go for it? He's still just orbiting. Maybe he's just going to kill him. Maybe he's not going to have the fun. He's just, you know what? I'm just going to
I
kill
mean,
this guy.
somebody message this person and get him to boosh the Sarmast. Like, the rest of the fight is probably as good as one for the Turbo Feeder Glory team. I need to see this boosh happen, please.
He just stopped firing at him. So actually, he just got ECM'd off. So if he's going to boosh, he's going to have to do it now while he got ECM'd off. Is he going to give it a try?
Is he close
Nope.
enough?
He's definitely close. Or he can be when he starts cycling. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
He got ECM'd off, so he stopped. Oh, man. And the worst thing is, like, this can actually potentially cost him the match, because at the moment that Balgorn is actually just soloing their entire team with Logi support. He's killed off the Sacrilege, he's now going for the Devoter. If this Draugr does not get rid of this Zarmad fast enough, they'll actually lose their Flaghorn to this Balgorn, potentially. So this could potentially, if he doesn't push, that could be actually a losing moment here.
I mean, the Sarmast is slowly going down, but he's not going down fast enough to actually die before the Devoter, and he does have reps for himself and the spool
hold on,
of the Draugr.
hold on. Watch the Draugr. He's burning in. He's gone off the Zarm. He's burning straight at this Balgorn. Everyone, Leroy! Here he goes. He's fired the bush.
Come on, come on.
Boom! But he's not actually out of the arena. Again, that didn't actually kick him out of the arena. It just moved him away from the enemies.
Yeah, and now he's stuck on top of a very angry Balgorn who's gonna nude him out and web him down.
Yep, match is over. So Dragon left it too late. Unfortunately, I believe, that's Odin's win. So bravo for this chaotic match. And I'll see you boys in a moment.
Wow. Another absolute clown fiesta of a match there. The Draugr choking it away, deciding to MJD in completely the wrong direction, keeping things in the arena 2 times. We'll have to see if in any of these future matches someone can successfully land the Boosh out of the arena. Chair, what were your thoughts on that?
The Draugr had the Zarm in the perfect position. I don't know if he just didn't know how to juggle his scram with the MJD boost, because like if he MJD boost and still had the Zarm scram, the Zarm stays. So I think he was just like, it's not a skill he hasn't practiced yet. So I don't think he was all there for it.
Yeah, and we expected a lot more MJD craziness when we were kind of theory crafting this all up. What do you think kind of prevented that in this match, Fear? Is it just no plan survives contact with the enemy?
I think it boils down to you have to get the right target at the right time with your boosh, and if you're not able to take a high value target off at the start of the match, you have to be very careful around it. If you noticed, all those battleships could not have been booshed out of the arena because they were staying within 25 kilometers of the beacon. Like, all of them knew how important it was for them to not get booshed off at any point in that match. So to do that, so then you're thinking, okay, what other value targets? I think what happened with the Zarm, realistically, is that he figured if I boosh off the Zarm, I'm out and I'm most of our team's DPS, and it's a Balgorn versus a Balgorn and a handful of support ships from my team. This other Balgorn's killing those support ships, so we're going to end up in reverse tie-dye if I end up taking this Zarm out with myself. And that's why I think he decided, okay, I'm actually going to try to get this Balgorn, even though he was like 21 kilometers from Beacon, so no matter if he got the right angle or not, he wouldn't have been booshed out of the arena. But like, you have to try something at that point. I just don't think, I think it was a conscious decision not to take this Zarm out of the arena.
Yeah, I'm sure our schedulers are very much appreciative of the fact that we didn't end up in a reverse tie-dye situation there, as that can tend to play hell with the amount of time we have allotted for these matches. Up next, though, we've got Delve Victrix versus Ramrod Reloaded. This is going to feature 2 of our commentators that we often see in the booth, Azure Argent and Radikos. Well, who do you guys think are going to win in this match?
I mean, they're both flag Balgorns. We know which. We've already declared flagships. So it's going to be another Balgorn versus Balgorn. I'm going to give the edge, just so Radikos will yell at me. I'm going to give the edge to Argent.
Yourself, Fear?
So the thing is, this isn't really a secret or anything. Brave's most scrimmed partner throughout AG and even Alliance tournament last year was Goons and was Delvitrix, so I'm kind of partial to them, so I'm going to go with Delvitrix this time around, just because I want to see some of my scrim partners do well in this show match.
All right, well, we have the teams landing in the arena, so I will put my my personal vote onto... Oh, it's going to be hard. I'm going to have to go for Radicos, though. I think Ramrod Reloaded they had a tough bracket, and they just weren't able to take the victory that they possibly might have deserved in this tournament. So hopefully they're able to make up for it and get some skins here now. Anyway, let's head over to the arena where Dujek and Virion will be breaking us down. Oh.
Hello everybody, my name is Varian Stoneshard, and I am joined by Dujek for the second show match. Right off the bat, there's a slight oddity. It seems that one team decided, hey, you know what, flagships are cool and all, but you don't need those. So, Dujek, what do we have?
On the Delve Victrix side, we have double Barghest, Worm, Skybreaker, Kieran, Scalpel, and Bifrost, and they're up against Ramrod Reloaded with a Leshak, Balgorn, Vexer, Magus, Thalia, Deacon, and Tormentor.
So, despite the fact that they can fit officer mods and pretty much go ham and have the most powerful battleship in the game, they're still going for Barghest instead, despite the fact that they picked a Balgorn themselves as a flagship. So that could cost them, but then again, double Barghest is very strong, so this will be very interesting to see how this is going to turn out.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a goon showdown to see who goons the hardest in the arena, and I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised that nobody picked the Rourke as their flagship in that case, but I guess that I'm gonna look at the Balgorn and see what he gets to do with his incredibly long-range webs here, as the Barghests are definitely going to try to keep away from the Ramrod team.
It's going to be interesting. One thing to note as well, except for the Bifrost on the Delvitrix site and a Magus, we don't have double Command Destroyer this time, but the countdown has ended, and let's see what they do. So immediately, Delvitrix is pulling distance as much as they can. Obviously, they don't want to get remotely close to that Balgorn. If that Balgorn gets even close to them, there's no escape.
Yeah, and they're holding their damage a little bit for now, trying to set up a good situation with maybe some tackle before they unload their Barghest rapid heavy clips, as I assume they're fitted with.
Yeah, they might be having a tough time to choose a good target here because the enemy team has brought a Deacon and a Thalia, and Barghest are fantastic at clipping down something like a cruiser, but Friglogy is very hard to apply damage to, especially rapid heavies will really struggle to kill those.
Yeah, the Barghest of Jackie Odlis is slowed down considerably, and they're going on to Wingnacross in the Vexer, who is one of the only targets they feel comfortable killing with their setup at the moment.
Going for a Vexer way in the back line when you have a Leshek and a Balgorn right on top of your Barghest, though, that is not the greatest of ideas. That might cost them. Their Barghest is already entering low shield.
Yeah, I mean, this Balgorn is going to be massively tanked with the access to officer mods, and the Leshaks are very boundary.
Oh!
He didn't take anything with him.
Was that just a missed MGD? I didn't even see that one happen.
He didn't succeed in the bush. He went out without any friends to keep him company.
That is a bummer. That could have just saved them, but sadly, they lose their links now, and they lose their opportunity to headshot one of the enemy battleships. And they're trading a Barghest now for just a Vexer. That is
if they even
horrible.
For a Vexer, he's going up in armor.
Yeah, down. And keep in mind, those rapid heavies are going to run out soon, so It looks like they even might have already run out. That Vector is going up to half armor and above now.
I guess one of the reasons why Barghists might be good in this situation is their increased scram range if they decided to take advantage of that because they were afraid of the bushes. But like the scalpel of Rivergeist is going down, and she's not there to keep Azure and Argent alive.
With those Balgorn webs, it doesn't matter how small and fast your Frigg Lodge is, there's no survival. Oh, Chris is making another attempt at an MGD, but...
And it took them right to the edge!
Yep, but sadly he was too far away from David and Abargus, so once again another attempt at an MGD, and sadly another self-inflicted headshot.
Perhaps
out of the arena.
Not as powerful as we feared. But
powerful, perhaps in the right hand.
Suicides, and this is not going great for the Del Victrix team, as they are about to run out of DPS when David dies, and they don't really have the DPS or the application to kill anything when he has the opportunity to shoot.
Yeah, you can see there's a slight bit of an attempt to put some extra damage onto Wingnut. Maybe they just want to go for the meme victory and kill Wingnut specifically, but it doesn't look like they're going to trade anything for this match.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of shit-talking in the back channels of the tournament now that we have so many casters on the teams fighting against each other.
In local, there's already a very sad "please let me" boundary, so I think this match might already be called for.
I guess that we could have seen Chris Pronger save his Boosh for a boundary violation record if his team was already winning, though it would be fun to be the first person to take somebody out with you.
I mean, if they pulled it off right and managed to boost something like the Leshak out of the arena, this match would have been way different. Sadly, they missed, and with just a Skybreaker, a Kirin, and a Worm left kiting on 3 different spots in the arena, I think this is sadly going to be it.
I mean, at this point, the best thing for the Del Victrix team would be to take their 3 ships and find a filament to do some kind of frigate trio filament, and I mean, it seems like it could be a viable setup.
You were talking about a attempted boundary record, and I see the Kirin wreck, I believe. No,
that
was
is
it the Kirin? Yeah, the Kirin wreck.
17.9 kilometers, and that I think is a record for this tournament so far.
It might just be. I don't know off the top of my head, but that was a very, very nice boundary. Sadly, that is going to be the match. Del Victrix unable to take the match from Ramrod. And with that, we'll go back to the commentary desk.
Wow, what an amazing match there. Again, we saw a couple of missed boosted and Goons bringing some frying pans, but getting fried themselves, with the only loss on the opposing team being a self-inflicted MJD out of the arena. Thea, what were your thoughts on that match?
So, first of all, Azure.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
You failed me. You failed me completely. I had full confidence in you. And you ended up losing to Radicos and Wingnut. Like, how does that make you feel? You lost
Damn
to
right.
Radicos and Wingnut, and you didn't even bring your flagship. You're like, all right, I'm gonna do like 5D chess here. Gonna say I'm gonna bring a Balgorn and just like not actually bring a Balgorn, right? No, that wasn't 5D chess. You were playing like 1D checkers, all right? This was completely and totally just a misplay in draft. Azure, you failed me, and I'll see you next AT for scrims.
Yeah, we actually have one of the captains of that team joining us here now in the aftermath of the fight. Azure, how was that match? And why do you think you guys took the L there?
Well, first of all, it was pretty terrible. And the reason we took the loss is because we didn't bring our flag Balgorn. And we didn't bring so I'm not sure, we can ask later, but I think both of those were nano fit because they were moving very, very fast. So we maybe should have shot them to begin with instead of trying to kill off the tackle, but Yeah, it wasn't pretty. We tried to get clever by looking like we were going to bring Balgorn and then bring Barghest and kiting away, but that only works if you're good.
Yeah, Chair, do you have any questions for the Goon representative here before you get into your own match in a couple of minutes?
Why not just declare your flag to be a Barghest and bring 2 Barghests?
Because then they know you're bringing a Barghest, and they can ban it, and you can only bring 1.
There's logic somewhere in there, but I can't find it.
Mostly what we figured is that with a Barghest comp, 2 rapid heavy Barghests can probably kill something. And of course we were wrong, but it's an exhibition match. We were just hoping to make sure something died, and we were right on that part. I will take credit for something dying.
Yeah, trying to go for the headshot on Wingnut of all people.
Held anyway.
I will also say, in my defense, I was not the one calling targets. I was trying to Logi with a Kieran.
All right, so I think we have the team starting to get ready for this next match, so we should go through that a little bit. We've got a tournament team going up against Ultramarines. We also saw a real close attempt in the boundary record there. Is 217.9 a new record, or is that still being held by someone else?
Held by someone else, for sure.
Okay. So, this is actually going to be a great matchup because we finally have flagships that are not Balgorns being brought. People are being cool, and we have both teams making the patrician's choice, bringing in a pair of nightmare flagships. Chair, once you have recovered from your fit of laughter, are you able to bring me through what the nightmare brings to the table as a flagship?
It has a really good mobility with the fact that it has 100 MN afterburner, so you can't just be scrammed, and it keeps your sig really low, as well as it has a lot of utility highs with very good damage, and it can also be incredibly tanky with armor or shield.
Yeah, and Fear, do you think we're going to see anyone else go for the legendary Duke on, declaring a flagship that you then don't bring?
I don't think we're going to see that, but I also don't agree with the Nightmare if it's a choice of a flagship. Like, just as a tournament ship, it's a lot of points for the utility that, like, it is a very slippery ship. You do have 100 MN ABs on it, but generally speaking, like, why not just bring in a Baton that does the same thing with better projection and like worse tracking, right? But like outside of that, it's interesting. You have the utility highs, as Chair said, for these nightmares. You have the ability to put A-type afterburners on them, so that's going to be nice. Maybe we see some like crazy stuff like officer tachyons or something like that. I don't even know if you can do officer tachyons on a nightmare, but you never know. Either way, it'll be an interesting match.
Yeah, and you can actually see the tension there on Chair's face as he prepares to get into this match. The warping is now unlocked. It's only going to be a couple of minutes before, a couple of seconds before we see things go over to the arena. Thea, who do you think is going to take the win here? Is it going to be tournament team or Ultramarines?
I'm gonna go with tournament team just so that my co-commentator on the desk doesn't feel like slapping me in the face later.
And what about you, Azure?
I'm gonna go with Ultramarines because I like Melinda. Melinda's a good friend, so I want him to win.
I gotta go for Chair. I know that laughter is the best medicine, and he is absolutely chock full of it right now. So let's hand over to this.
Way, Jintan.
Thank you. Let's hand it over to the arena with Murray and Virian.
Welcome back to the arena for the third and final show match of the day. We're going to be a little spicier this time, mixing it up a little. Tell me about the different comps we've seen this time here, Varian.
So this time people actually decided to go with their flagship that they picked. So we do have Double Nightmare this time. We just have a different support wing. With Ultramarines bringing a double Broadsword, a double Scalpel, a Scythe Fleet, and a Stork. So a single Command Destroyer and 2 Broadsword to potentially defend themselves against hostile Command Destroyers. Whereas tournament team has a Stormbringer, an Osprey Navy, a Basilisk for better reps, a single Stork, and a Bifrost, so 2 Command Destroyers. So we might see an extra attempt at an MGD here coming from them.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the biggest thing here, right? It looks like we're going to see a solid difference in style. Those Osprey Navies, they look fit to kite, and so their team's probably going to back up here. But those broadswords only know one thing, and that thing is hail never fails. And they will be going straight forward, looking to use those long scrams and pick up some of these ships.
Yeah, and you can tell by their warpins as well. Our Ultramarines has come in a lot closer at 0 with those broadswords ready to go off the bat and just go full speed and get into the enemy team. Whereas tournament team has done a lot more reserved warpin, all at 50, so they're going to try and pull range and hopefully stay safe from the massive damage that these nightmares can put out.
Yeah, especially the shield nightmares in a flagship format when you've got all those lows to put into damage and projection. You don't even need extra damage on your team. You can just kill ships all by yourself, and it doesn't matter. But we've got 15 seconds until the match gets underway here, as the teams look to not just dive at each other, but maybe send each other flying out of the arena with these booshes.
Going to be very interesting to note that tournament team doesn't seem to have a lot of defense against Command Destroyers, so we'll see if Paradigm manages to sneak his way into the enemy team and pull somebody out with him.
Yep, and as the match gets underway, those broadswords are predictably diving straight forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got the ONIs. They're kind of just hovering around the Nightmare for now. They're starting to peel away now. These broadswords have to go for something that isn't the Nightmare, because the Nightmare, the scram doesn't work on him.
Yeah, surprisingly, barely even moving. The broadsword of Hodor is already right on top of their Nightmare Stormbringer, so they might pin something down here and get some proper damage on.
Yeah, he had tried to go for the Stormbringer, but he just wasn't able to get it before he got screened off by the Nightmare. Meanwhile, the broadsword of Stoish is sitting right on top of the Bazzy, and that Bazzy I expect is about to start taking a lot of damage. The scalp on the other side, though, deleted.
The sheer application of a Nightmare showing itself by just headshotting one of the scalpels, but they look like they're going to be trading it for a Basilisk, which, considering the points value, is probably worth it.
Yeah, as long as they get this Bazzy down quickly, the fact that they've lost both of their Logifrigs now isn't too bad, but they are going to need to figure out their secondary targets afterwards, though, as those Osprey Navies are bailing towards the other side of the arena.
It looks like we had an attempted MGD, but the Stork did not manage to pull anybody with him.
Yeah, fortunately for him, though, he's still in the arena, so he can give it another go.
And now it's going to be a pretty hefty DPS series here, but we have a Scythe Fleet, 2 Broadswords, and a Nightmare against 2 Osprey Navies and a Nightmare. The Stormbringer could do a little bit of extra DPS, but it's really not known for its DPS against single targets, so this is going to be quite tough for them.
Yeah, the Command Destroyers on both sides, each taking quite a bit of chip damage as teams look to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the Stormbringer is kind of sitting on top of the Nightmare. He's got, in theory, some way to stop him from moving, I hope. Because, he's got a scram web, so he's trying to keep that Nightmare of Melinda not moving, and so hopefully the other people on his team can pull some range and do some things.
It looks like they traded 2 of the faction cruisers at almost the exact same time, but that's putting more and more of an advantage on the Ultramarine side. They're about to lose their last faction cruiser, and then it's just going to be a Nightmare and a Stormbringer against a Nightmare and a whole lot more DPS from those 2 broadswords.
For sure, and the broadsword of Stoish is taking some damage, but broadswords are very tough ships, and it's going to take a little while, even with that flag Nightmare, to take him down.
Yeah, once again, the sheer damage application shows itself. The fight with Lucas isn't tackled. He's micro-warp driving, but he's still getting sniped, and there he goes.
He's getting blasted, and now Melinda's looking to clear the Stormbringer off himself so he can get moving again. Meanwhile, Stoish, I think he has an XLASB that he's working with, as well as the kiting that he's doing away from this Nightmare, so he is going to be living for quite a while.
I can't quite tell if it's a large or an XLASB, but and there goes a Stormbringer. So that means basically, besides a Bifrost sitting in a backline, this is going to be a 3v1 against the Nightmare of the Stoya. So at this point, I think it's fairly easy to say that Ultramarines has this one in the bag. But who knows?
For sure.
Maybe
That Bifrost, You know, that Bifrost can always go for the hero MJD, but into 2 broadswords, that might be a little difficult to manage.
I mean, look at what he's doing. He's running a loop around the broadswords right now, and he's making a dive. If he could pull this off and get a boosh going on Melinda, that would be amazing.
Yes, but he has to be very careful as he spirals in towards Melinda, right? Because if he just burns straight at that Nightmare, 1 tap will be all it takes, and he's gone. So he needs to be very careful.
Very defensively, though. He's turned around for just now. Saying that, though, he's not got
he's
a lot
diving
of time
straight
left.
in now.
Destoya is entering armor. Oh,
Yeah,
here he goes.
The Nightmare duel is going in Melinda's favor, despite the broadswords not there.
Oh, come on.
Yes!
He got him!
He gets it!
Oh my
God. That is 2 broadswords left against the Nightmare. Can he pull it off?
I don't know how low Destoya is on cap.
Won them the match.
It's very possible.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, I mean, Destoya, he might be low on cap from that duel, but if you give him a little bit of time, he'll be right back up at full shields, and I don't think those 2 broadswords can break him.
Those 2 broadswords know that if they come in close to that Nightmare, they're going to get killed. That Nightmare
but they
with an
gotta try.
officer fit can tank them.
They gotta try, so there they go. They're diving in. It's 5 minutes left, so it's either Hail Never Fails or they explode. There's only 2 choices here. Unfortunately, long scrams, completely useless at getting this Nightmare pinned down so they can get on top of it. So they're struggling even to really close distance.
The Nightmare is just going to keep ABing away and having just perfect application on these 2 broadswords, and I don't think there's any chance in the world that they're going to break the tank of an officer fit Nightmare. So I think Yoyas might have actually just clutched this match.
His team will have to be on their hands and knees, thanking him, praising him for getting them a couple of skins and a little bit of plex, because despite the enemy team bringing 2 broadswords to stuff those potential booshes, he managed to get around them and boosh the flagship into the void.
What an amazing play, though, because at this point, Ultramarines was in the driver's seat of this match for such a long time, and just 1 pilot with a good MGD managing to circumvent 2 broadswords might actually win this match.
And
there
even
we
with
go,
those 2 broadswords off of the Nightmare, which one of them, now there's only 1, and this fight is probably going to get cleaned up. But Melinda was actually winning the duel. Well, Melinda had put Stoya down into armor. Melinda was still in shields, working through him. So even without that play, like, they were going to lose regardless of what the broadswords were doing.
Yeah,
until they got booshed.
If that boost was 20 seconds later, it might have not done enough. But just the perfect timing and the perfect play has won them this match. Well, it's just a matter of time before Destoya cleans up the last broadsword and lives to win, quite literally.
Unfortunately, they saved their super cool clutch plays for when they're not still in the tournament anymore, but nonetheless, I'm glad that we got to watch it because that was an absolute pleasure to witness.
Yeah, we saw multiple attempted MGDs in the previous 2 matches, but now to finally see somebody actually pull off an MGD, and not just an MGD, but actually win the match with one, that was amazing.
Yeah. Now, Stoish is webbed down, grappled down by this Nightmare. The Nightmare is just pulling a little bit of range in order to get his transversal matching perfect so that he can break through that broadsword shields, put him into hull, and clean up the match.
Yeah, and there we go, showing just how well those Nightmares can apply damage. All you have to do is turn on his AB, pull a little bit of range, and pop goes the last broadsword, ending this match.
Well played to Radicos and the boys as they managed to squeeze out the W there. And with that, we'll send it back to the studio.
Well, welcome back, everyone. As you can see, the cat ears are in arrears because we will be very shortly getting on to the final proper match of the evening, which will be Paper Numbers versus Volta. But before that, let's break down that match. Radicos, I mean, what a play by Yoyaz to finish it up.
Well, it was just great because, like, you know, I was watching and I was like, wait, Yoyaz is just running away and, like, these broadswords are chasing him. I'm like, Yoyaz is baiting the crap out of these guys and just did a nice little U-turn, loop back around, and save that match. And then Destroya just moonwalked around that arena with his officer tank and his AB, and just absolutely crushed the rest of the team. It was an amazing match. These bushes, this is a lot of fun. I was enjoying that match 100%. It seemed like chat was too.
Yeah, Yoya's even in local crediting many, many years spent on the undock of Test Alliance Please Ignore, bushing things off of it back in the days of station camping. As you can you go into just a little bit of how difficult it is to pull off those plays and why, in fact, we saw so many failed bushes, perhaps?
Well, so the most difficult part about spearfishing like that is the timing of it, because you have to be moving as you move in, because if you just sit still, you're going to get killed. So you have to time it, but there's a delay when you activate the module between when it starts and when you actually do your jump. And so I was actually tracking Yogan through that, and it was beautiful. He perfect flying to keep his transversal up. He made a turn, dove straight in, and just it was magnificent. It's been many years since I've been doing a lot of MJD stuff, and it was a very impressive move to pull off what he did. And you saw it in other matches where people were doing MJD plays. Some of them even almost worked. There's the first match, I can't remember whose it was, but there's a Balgorn that was 114 kilometers from the center, which is very, very close to boundary. Just, that extra 10K would have been enough to win the match for whoever it was. But you have to get the ship in the right spot, and you have to pull off the move at the right time, moving in the right direction, because if you're off by even just a little bit, you just kill yourself, and there's nothing you can do.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what happened in our match. Your guy missed the boost on our Balgorn and Leshek by just a couple of meters. Like, it was so close. Like, that match was, you might have gotten through not bringing a flagship when you could for that match if that boost would have happened.
I think he actually did catch your Balgorn, but someone scrammed it. I think you had a defensive scram. I don't know who did it. But...
I had burnt my burning at the first Vargas. I had burnt my scram and one of my webs out on the way. So yeah, it was. We were kind of like, oh crap, when that boost was happening.
Yeah, someone got a very well timed. I won't say lucky, but a very well timed scram on that Balgorn, and that's what saved him. Because at that point, I mean, it was a rough go, but we might have been able to turn it back. Because if we could outrun your Leshak with the Vargas, but yeah, I mean, there's so many ways that they can be countered, and obviously you don't ever want to see these in an actual tournament, but they're good for fun.
Man, I think this would be great in a tournament. It just adds so much chaos, so much excitement. Like, I think this was a phenomenal idea by Soth and Dirk to have these show matches and letting that happen, because it creates a whole different, it's so much more complex. And, that's half the fun about this is the complexity of each matches and making it harder to do stuff and not assume that, like, oh, if they bring this, we can do that. Like, you have to deal with the bushes. I think that would be tremendous, to be completely honest.
I will say there would be a certain elegance in watching a Tinker comp get completely exploded by an MJD.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's refocus just a little bit on this upcoming match. Like I said, this is going to determine which team goes home and which team follows through to tomorrow, which will be hosting the losers semifinals, losers grand finals, and then obviously the grand finals themselves. And I cannot wait to watch them. Paper Numbers versus Volta. So we have two really, really experienced teams. Theronth, the captain of Volta, did record an interview with me, but unfortunately I wasn't able to edit in time. My apologies to all the viewers. You won't get to hear his wonderful voice unless he makes it through to tomorrow. But what do you guys think about this match, upcoming match? Do you think either two sides are going to bring something that we haven't seen before? Volta sticking through their armor ECM control comps, even with the amount of bans that were delegated to them in the last match. And with it actually going quite poorly against a rival's double Varga comp, do you think we're going to see it again, Radicals?
Yeah, I think we'll see it again. It's not banned out, and there'd be no reason why they wouldn't bring it. It wins. I think the only thing that Paper Numbers could do is bring some mid-range BCs. BC Core possibly could do well against the Drek and the Rook, so they can, they want to be able to project to kill the Rook. That is most likely we will be seeing, or Blackbird. So I think we'll see the same out of Volta and Paper Numbers. It'll be interesting to see what they bring. It's in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they some sort of close mirror. That's something that we definitely could see.
Yeah, they're actually Paper Numbers. They're the team that we have seen the most MJD plays in the proper tournament from, with Rifersen making his real stamp so far, with multiple MJDs in the last match and multiple MJDs last Sunday. Do you think we're going to see something similar in this match? Sorry, not Azure. Who else is? It is Azure. Sorry.
It is definitely Azure. Yeah, I mean, certainly they've been running the MJD plays very well, and it's obviously very effective. If someone's not paying really close attention, they think, I'm far enough away, I'm not in danger, and don't notice that, oh no, I'm exactly 100 kilometers, I'm in a ton of danger. It's very easy to surprise someone. It's very, if they're, they lose that little bit of focus saying, well, I'm away, I'm at a distance where I'm not in danger. So it's been very effective for them because of that, and I don't see any reason why they wouldn't do it. I will say, to Paper Numbers' credit, they have banned Leshak, which they've used Leshak a couple times to great effect. So they're basically, I think, saying that you can bring one of your control comps, but it's going to have to be the Widow comp. So hopefully they've prepared for it. But you have to give credit for Paper Numbers. They've been just running a really good tournament so far. I believe they lost in the first round, but since then they've been on a tear.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see both teams banning out the Scimitar here. Let's just quickly go through the bans. Paper Numbers banning Scimitar, Curse, Leshak, and then with their additional banning Barghest, and Volta banning Healer, Scimitar, Armageddon, and then banning Abaddon as their final point. Is there anything that you can take away from this, Radikos? Anything in particular that you think this indicates?
Well, both teams don't want to see newts and the power beast battleships that we've been seeing that can project across the arena, hard to kill. Volta don't want to see Gila Scimitar, so they don't want to see kiting, which can forecast that they do want to bring their ECM comp. And on the other side, seeing the Curse and Leshak Barghest, it's just a lot of strong battleship that they don't want to see. They want to bring, kind of guessing maybe something with control as well. These bands really, it can go either way what they would bring, but I'm expecting some ECM once again.
Yeah, we do see one of the ship that was brought in the last match here and used to great effect by Paper Numbers, the Armageddon, unbanned. Do you think we might see anything used out of that in that sort of range of the armor aggro control vein as your?
Well, okay, so the Armageddon is banned.
Oh, sorry.
Volta did ban it. I'm not entirely sure. So double battleship comps. I know in our testing with my team, they looked pretty strong. And certainly a team that knows how to execute them could do a lot with it. I think Paper Numbers, having banned Scimitar and Barghest, they certainly don't want to see something that's kiting. And their Curse ban, to me, that says that they want to bring something with guns, because a Curse is just a really strong ship that can absolutely crush a gun comp, like a gun battleship comp. If there's a Curse on board, you're in a lot of trouble because you get tracking disrupted. Your range goes down, your tracking goes down, you have a hard time applying. So that's what their bans say to me, is they want to bring some gun battleships and they don't want to get kited by something else. Whether that's Hyperions or a Vindicator or something along those lines, who knows? But there's certainly lots of viable options.
Yeah, Radikos. So, you've played in quite a lot of tournaments yourself. What's going through your mind after you've played so many matches in one day? How exhausted are you feeling at this point? Because this will be the third match that both of these teams have played today.
Just making sure everything's set, and making sure that all the fits are right. and making sure your pilots are there. Getting over the first couple of matches. The first match definitely has that like hype intensibility where you're really, really, really nervous. But once you get the match going, those go away and you start focusing on the task at hand. And that's what that's kind of what goes through my head and what has gone through my head in matches and stuff. So the thing is, you just have to really, believe. You just got to believe like Yoyas did and go with it.
No worries. Well, we're still waiting for both teams to be ready to teleport into the arena here. So we have a little bit more time than usual to talk through our predictions. Azure, who do you think is going to win this match and why?
That is a tough question. I think I'm going to go with paper numbers. They lost in the first round, I believe, to Volt B, but then they came back and beat them to knock Volt B out of the tournament. So they've recovered from that one loss. They beat Templars Calcif, and I think anyone who's been watching tournaments for any length of time knows the name Templars Calcif and knows that it's a good team. They execute well, they prepare well, and if you can go in there and go toe to toe with them and win, then you have to give someone credit for that. That's just it's not something that most teams can do. So I think they've been performing well this tournament, and that gets my vote of confidence.
What about yourself, Radikos? Who do you think is going to win this one?
I think Volta is going to take this. I believe in paper numbers because they've just been real strong, but Volta just executes so well. I think they're going to take it.
Yeah, I know personally, I've got to go for paper numbers. I've enjoyed watching their matches so much so far, as I've said. And we've seen them beat this Volta comp before. They beat it against Volt B just a moment ago. And I'm hoping to see them bring out something similar and just try it, because I just haven't seen anything else be displayed by Volta. I don't know if they have any more comps in the bag. Anyway,
it'll be interesting. What?
I would say that they've been winning with the comp, so you don't need anything new as long as it's winning, right? It's just a question of, will paper numbers have something to pull out to counter what they've been seeing from Volta all along? And I think you don't get to this stage of the tournament without having some comps that you've prepared, that you haven't shown anyone, that you're confident can win a match. So maybe we'll see something like that from one or both teams. It's at the point where it's not much value in hiding a comp anymore. So I would just say that, Volta, they've been running a comp that wins. They don't need to change it. We'll see, though. They may have to this time.
Yeah, you kind of bring up an interesting point, though, which is a question of how much is EVE Online like an optimization and execution game, and how much of it is an information game? How much is determined by you just simply knowing the best thing to do and executing on it, and how much is it based on you getting next level, knowing what your opponents are going to do, and then executing a counter to it? Radikos, do you have any thoughts in that front?
Oh man, that's a lot of. Okay, so I don't think that. I don't think hiding comps is as big in anger games as it would be in the AT. And I think here there's so many different possibilities that other comps that can be brought with other comps that or other ships that you can't bring. So then it really changes it a lot more. I think you can just kind of go on the fly with it like you did when we had 5v5s. You just, some got banned that you want to bring. You just on the fly change it and go with it. And I'm sure that Volta has a lot in their back pocket. So.
Right, well, fair enough. The teams are in the arena now. We're just waiting for the warp-ins to conclude. Any final thoughts on what we can expect to see in this match? Do you guys think it's going to be a good one?
I think it's going to be a long, drawn-out match, but I think it's going to be very enjoyable because both teams are exceptionally have exceptionally good pilots on their teams. So I think it'll be a great match. I'm very, very excited.
I think at this point in the tournament, every team that's left, they know how to fly, they know how to execute. So we'll see a well executed, well run match. Whether that turns into a long drawn out 10-minute affair where someone gets a kill with 20 seconds left to win, like we've seen earlier in the tournament, or if it turns into just a bloodbath that's over in 5 minutes, who's to say? Who's to know? But I think we should be very excited because this one's going to be two good teams going up against each other, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, we've seen so many great back and forth matches, and not only that, but so many matches where the underdogs actually come out on top. I think a lot of people would have predicted Paper Numbers to go down versus Volta, and if not, in their later match versus Templars. And yet here they are, sitting in the final match of the day, fighting it out for that chance to get into the grand finals and potentially walk away with 32,300 plex, which is the grand prize. Anyway, Azure, we're still waiting for the arena to be set up here. So what can you tell me about the tackle fights? We've been seeing that play an awful lot of a role in these games so far, with teams having to screen off opposing DPS. Can you explain a little bit about what that means and why that's important?
Well, I mean, they're landing right now. Well, quickly. Tackle is either helping you apply DPS or preventing you from getting killed. And when the tackle can get out there and, say, screen off someone from your, like a small tackle frigate from your Logi, that can be what saves your Logi, and that eventually is what saves the match. So small little tackle pilots doing a good job is almost as important or more important than anything else. Without good tackle, it's hard to win a match.
All right, and with that, let's throw it over to the studio and let our commentators, Murray and Virian, carry us through this final match.
Hello, everybody. My name is Virian Stoneshard, bringing you the last match of today together with Murray. We have Volta against Paper Numbers. Let's see if Paper Numbers can get rid of both Volt B and Volt A today. They have brought a Balgon, Onerovs, Oracle, Ognavy, Draugr, Blackbird, and a Mauler. Murray, what are we looking at from Volta?
Volta's shown us something we've seen before from them. It's the Widow Core with the Blackbird to back it up in the ECM, the Guardian for reps, and a little bit of damage in the Vedmak, Draugr, and Vigilant. The match is going to get underway, though, here very quickly, and I expect we're going to see a Balgorn driving straight for the enemy.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. It's going to be a case of can those webs and newts outpower the effectiveness of Widow Gems over the course of this match.
The Balgorn actually hasn't started propping on towards the enemy. It looks like it's sitting back and trying to see if Volta will accidentally burn too far back so he can look for the MJD that he's doing right now.
Yeah, they are playing quite defensive. The Vedmak and Vigilant are only just now starting to move.
Yep, and so with the Balgorn MJD, he's now behind them. He can look for the Widow, he can maybe look for the Guardian, and if he can get some decent webs onto a target, he's going to have a pretty solid start here.
Yeah, he has actually managed to get newts and webs onto the Guardian. This is critical. If he can stay there long enough and not get jammed, this Guardian is going to be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, the Widow and the Blackbird are going to have to work overtime to try and get him off of the Guardian. It looks like they've managed to do it. The newts and webs have dropped off the Guardian. They're now only on the Widow, and so he's kind of forced to go for that Widow instead.
Yeah, and the Guardian has actually pulled free quite well. There isn't any other enemy ship quite near him just yet. So despite the great MGD attempt, it doesn't look like it's going to pay off by getting that Guardian pinned down.
Yeah. On the opposite side, Volta, they put a little bit of damage into the Oracle, a little bit of damage into the Draugr, and they finally start to put some damage into the Mauler instead as those previous targets kited off. But they haven't really found an opportunity to put too much pressure on anyone yet. The Mauler is a very difficult target with their low damage and the Aniros still being alive.
So getting the Guardian pinned down didn't quite work out, but Rifersen and the Balgorn is now right on top of the Widow, webbing him down and nuding him out, and that's going to put a lot of stress on those gems. If he can't keep those gems on enemy ships because he's being nuded out by the Balgorn, that's huge.
Yeah, and you can see, like, it's a battle between the other jammers, right? Can Vanya manage to get jams off of himself from that Captain Shinken's Blackbird and try and get that Widow the space he needs to get away, get the newts off of him, and do something? Because if he can't, then the Widow's going to drop, and he's got to deal with taking a ton of damage himself as well. So it's an incredibly difficult act to juggle.
The cap pressure looks huge as well. I don't see any active ECM effects going out from the Widow at all at the moment.
Yet, although it looks like the Blackbird has finally managed to get the Balgorn off of the Widow, those newt effects are now just restarting on the Widow. So he had a brief
the Plowgord or the Blackbird pays for that act with his life going down quite quickly.
Yeah, and with the Blackbird down, the Widow is not long for this world either. It's got 10% armor remaining, and without any friendly jams to help pull DPS off of it, it's unlikely it's going to live much longer.
Yeah, now that the Blackbird can't counter GM-specific DPS ships... Oh, and the Oniros just goes down!
Yeah, they managed to pick it up. They managed to pick it up while they were focused on the Widow. The other team was just so focused on trying to deal with the jams, they weren't able to keep the Oniros free. And with that down, and the Widow down, they do have the Logi advantage, but they're down a lot of DPS and a lot of utility.
Yeah, it looks like the Vetmech and Vigilant managed to get on top of the Oniros. I was so tunnel visioned in on the Widow that I didn't even notice it. Despite the fact that the Widow is dead now, that puts them in a dangerous position. They don't have any Logi of their own anymore. So question right now is, can they kill Outlaw, No-Pro, and the Guardian fast enough to trade and still recover?
Yeah, the Oracle's getting clapped pretty quickly here. Those Oracles don't have a lot of tanks, so they'll be able to get that off grid first. But especially because the Balgorn is so good at neuting and webbing things off, they can't really keep this Balgorn off of targets particularly well with tackle like they're used to doing. And so this Guardian, even without that, he's already being dove on by 2 cruisers. They're putting damage into him, even with the Balgorn not even there yet. So the Guardian's going to drop, and they don't really have a lot of tools to split up teams like they're used to here.
It's going to be an interesting race at this point. They don't have a ton of damage from this Balgorn alone. So the question of right now is if they can kill enough stuff on the enemy team without having their own Logi.
Yeah, they're still desperately trying to get this Guardian away. They've got tackle on the Og Navy and the Mauler, but it doesn't matter. They're still able to put the damage in and take that Guardian out. And now the Og Navy and the Mauler can turn to the small ships that are sitting on top of them, tackle them back, and present them as targets for the Balgorn, for their own DPS to take them out.
The absolutely critical thing right now as well is that Paper Number still has their own Blackbird left alive in the backline. So every time somebody's getting damaged, the Blackbird can just put a bunch of jams out and stop that damage from coming in. So I think at this point, Paper Numbers has a match pretty much in the bag.
Yeah, even if they manage to get free and try and kite, they don't have ships that have particularly long projected DPS. So it's not really possible for them to get away from this Balgorn and sit at a range where they can actually do damage.
Yep, and all of the ships that they have left that do decent damage are completely vulnerable. This Balgorn will completely shut them down within seconds, so I think this is pretty much game over. Paper Number is once again underdog going on to the finals of the losers bracket tomorrow.
Yet the Balgorn is sitting at 0 on the Vigilant, and meanwhile the Vedmak is being held down by the Og Navy. So with those 2 ships held down as they are, they're both going to be killed relatively cleanly. And even though they're working on this Og Navy, because it's in range, something they can do damage to, like you said before, the Blackbird's there to jam him out and make sure that even if the Og Navy gets low, he can just leave.
Yep, and even if he had capacitor, you can see right now the Mauler on top of him isn't even taking damage in its shield, so that is pretty much GG. Paper Numbers once again pulling a clutch victory with some amazing MGD plays once again from Rifersen.
Yeah, and I think one of the things they took advantage of here is that Volta's been running this particularly tanky Guardian with a lot of repping power, but they're getting all of that by only running a 10 MNAB. So the Guardian isn't particularly fast, and so even if the Balgorn doesn't land directly on top of him, which he didn't, he was actually a decent bit behind him, it doesn't take much for him to get on top of that Guardian, put on a lot of pressure, and then even with that, once the Guardian was able to eventually get out, he was still there on top of the Widow and able to do what he did best, which is apply a lot of control that let them pressure the enemy team into winning the match.
And And with that, that is paper numbers moving on to tomorrow's finals for the losers bracket. And I think we'll go ahead and send this to the commentary desk.
Wow, and there we go. Yet another upset, at least judging by the channel points, with paper numbers proving to be the bane of Volta, eliminating 2 Volta teams in one day. Absolutely amazing stuff there again from Rifersen and the rest of his team to follow up on it and support him. What are you guys' thoughts on that match? Were there any other key plays that we missed?
I was wrong. I assumed that Volta would be able to do that, but the Balgorn power showed its strength even without being a flag. Just impressive flying by paper numbers. Just absolutely impressive.
Yeah, I'd say that the Balgorn play by Rifersen, that was excellent. And it's exactly what we said we'd expect. They had used the MJD play before with that comp. This is actually, I think it's like the 3rd time they've run this comp, essentially. And it's been effective. And he aimed to the back line, jumped to the back line, went after the Guardian, didn't get it, but immediately went for the Widow that was right next to him. And those Balgorn newts turn off the jams. And a Guardian, one of the downsides of it is that it tends to fit more medium reps and less large reps. So it needs to be a little bit closer to rep things. And being close to a Balgorn is not a way to rep anything. So he had to run away, and that just made the Widow a little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah, and tomorrow we are going to get to see paper numbers fight the loser between Only Needs 2 Comps and Pajola Capital Supremacy, which is a matchup I am looking so forwards to. Both of those teams have shown amazing execution across this tournament. Do any of you other guys have some final observations of how this first day has gone before we close it out for the evening?
I would just say that all of the fights today, at least in the main bracket, have been pretty good. The Goon fight in the show matches was terrible, but the rest of them have been very good. And I think we're going to end up seeing 3 very good teams tomorrow. So I think I'm certainly excited to show up and watch and see what happens. I would also say that paper numbers is maybe more deserving of the Only Need 2 Comps name, because they run a Lashat comp, they run that Balgorn comp, and they've been riding those 2 almost exclusively. They switch it up for the Templars match, but those 2 comps they've been running them very effectively. And so whoever they end up against tomorrow, I think it should be a good match.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see who wins between Only Needs 2 Comps and Perjola's. Today, watching Skykiller Russian once again moonwalk out of death in Hull. That's a lot of carrying that man is doing, and he's got quite the support team around him. And it will be interesting to see those 2 duke it out tomorrow. I'm very, very excited. And all the matches today were awesome, except especially the Goon match versus Ramrod Reloaded. I think for me that was a highlight. Expecting to see a Balgorn mirror and then Goons just hand me a win on a silver platter. It was pretty sweet.
Yeah, and as chat is mentioning, Volta still has a 100% win rate with Jason Orzan, but a 100% loss rate when they don't field him. Curious. We'll have to see if that follows through to the Alliance tournament later in this year. Anyway, don't forget that tomorrow it's going to be best of 5s. None of this best of 1 nonsense, apart from the first 2 matches. Whoever ends up in the grand finals is going to have to go through and win against their opponents 3 times to take home the trophy, which is an absolute grind of a match. Like, you have never seen anything like it. We normally save those purely for the Alliance tournament finals, but we're bringing you something special tomorrow. So make sure you tune in from 1650 tomorrow to watch all the analysis and, most importantly, all of the matches. From myself and everyone else at the studio, have a good night, and we'll see you there.
Bye!
Oh.